Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Sandbox Saturday stream. Good morning.
Good
I got
morning
an.
to
I
you
got
too.
an. Good morning. Oh yeah, the names, because sometimes people are new viewers. Yeah. I. Wow. I'm Alex Florez,
One of
aka
those days.
Kamisazi, joined here in voice, mind, body, and soul by Lucas is right. Hi, Lucas.
Hey man, something on your mind? Did something big get recently released or announced?
I woke up to an email that 0.8 is live, so
Say what?
I wasn't expecting to do this today.
No.
So we've got a lot to get through. Buckle up. Share the link, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube or wherever you're watching from. Share this to Twitter and Facebook, Reddit, who knows, whatever. Because we've got a lot of stuff to get through today, and it's important that y'all hear it. Because I mean, people in the chat, I do want to answer questions from the chat, but there's so much to get through today, and I don't know what all of it is yet. Because, like, we're going to discover this together. There are some specific things. The first part of this show is going to be very important. So listen very carefully to what we're starting off with, because there's a bunch of warnings that go along with this, which unfortunately are not public yet. So if you're messing with 0.8, or if you haven't started messing with 0.8, pause. Like, you can download it. Just pause. Don't install it yet. Listen to the warnings, see if you want to continue forwards. There may be some warnings that are not as serious as I'm about to say them, because some of the warnings that I have are actually from before today and are about things that I wasn't expecting users to encounter, which in this build might not be an issue, but I've only had about 3.5 hours of knowing that this build existed, and I spent most of that taking a shower, eating breakfast, and emailing frantically, like, can I talk about this? And we're going to talk about it, because I don't, I have to give you these warnings. So, like, you can ask your questions. I'm probably not going to get to them yet. I may answer them indirectly. I would love to answer everybody's questions, but we've got so much to get through today that
How about we
I'm
do
just
this?
going to go.
As people are asking questions, I'll document and like write them down, and I'll put them in our chat so that you can see what's being asked. And when we're done going through the warnings, we can actually just go through the questions, and I'll take out any duplicates, because I'm sure there will be people asking the same question, but I'll take out the duplicates.
Sure.
And then we can just go through the list and we'll see if we covered it all.
Sure.
Nice.
I do see one question. Have old bugs been fixed with 0.8? There's been bugs fixed, and there's going to be new bugs. That's true for any update. Every single update we do, there's going to be bugs fixed and probably new bugs, just because there's literally no software that's ever been released that has no bugs, because there's scenarios that have never been encountered before.
Yeah.
You may have like tested something so totally thoroughly that you addressed every single bug that you could ever think of, and then somebody like presses the W like 5,000 times in 1 second, and the program goes, I wasn't expecting that. So yeah, what's up, Lucas? You had something?
No.
I thought you had a question. Okay.
No, sir.
All right. So first thing, actually, I need to hide the chat for a second
Go for it.
so you can see what this is. Above me here, I wasn't expecting this in the release of 0.8, but it's there. We can now search, sort, and filter the drafts gallery. So we're looking at the drafts gallery. I searched for Kamisazi, and it brought up only my stuff. So you see that there's 1,094 pages in the Game Maker gallery. You can still play 0.7 experiences. Older stuff probably won't work. So you can filter by game version 0.7, and you can find all the games that were released for 0.7. We can go back to the the oldest stuff released in 0.7, all the way back from like July and June. You can sort by highest rating, A to Z, date created, last updated. And you can search by username or title. So if I search for Kamisazi.
Oh, different type of title.
I mean, you could search for general. Something might come up. I don't know. You can see that I didn't release anything to the drafts gallery in 0.7. But if you go to all, you can see.
Yeah.
So my name shows up in the description for this. So I didn't release GMAE Game Jam Knockout. But
I see what
my
you're saying.
name is in the description. So that's by iFam Dignity. So if we search for iFam, it's going to show... Maybe I misspelled it. Was it 1A? No? I don't know. But if you search for, say, Half Dork...
Ooh. He's got so much.
He's got, well, 2 right now that show up.
Oh, the delay. I looked down and I saw like 3 pages and I was like, oh my goodness. Half Dork, you busy, busy man.
But you can search for WMG. And it's gonna pop up a whole bunch of Game Jam stuff. There's 3 pages here of Game Jam content. That just made my life as a Game Jam judge so much easier. Literally saving me hours.
Yeah, just searching.
Of time just searching. And then highest rating, A to Z, date created, last updated, and game version. Those are all pretty cool. If you're interested in learning new stuff about 0.8, you can also filter by 0.8, and it's going to show 10 pages of stuff. These are mostly tests released by our Game Maker team as they experimented with the new features.
Wow.
All right. So this was not the warnings, though. We've got warnings to go through. So search is not working well. Well, you know, it's the first version of this search, and it's probably going to get more features and probably be made to look better or work better. But look at this thumbnail. You can already tell the difference in color quality just from this thumbnail. You see the glow of the lava, the depth of the water.
Yeah.
The new rendering is beautiful. Cyberdragon is going to stream some stuff tomorrow. Half Dork's going to be streaming today in about 4 hours. Hopefully we'll be done before then. I don't know how much, because I haven't had a lot of time with 0.8, so I'm going to be discovering stuff on stream with you here as well. However, I need to show the chat again. We've got some warnings here. So
just a couple.
Yeah. 0.8 releases with some caveats. Let's see how big I can make this. All right. This is the this is the important part. This is serious stuff. All right, upgrading.
People are asking if we can share the link to this. Is this something we can actually put out there, or is this something we can't share?
I mean, you could go to this link and it's going to tell you, no, you need to be Sandbox staff to access this. So
Gotcha.
This is leaked beans right here. This is a leaky can of beans going on. I sent a message out as soon as I saw the 0.8 update. I was like, can I share this? And then I didn't hear. So I said, I'm going to share this unless you stop me. And nobody stopped me. So here we go.
Hey, you know what? Every opportunity.
This is important stuff. This will affect your ability to access your own experiences and stuff. So, upgrading to version 0.8. I'm just going to read this verbatim and I'll explain anything that doesn't make sense. or I'll try to. In this document, we present a breakdown of 0.8's new features with a general overview on how they work. Some of the features are still in development, so consider this a draft and not a final version. Read before start. Many behaviors now appear with a multiplayer single player, that's MP and SP, prefix in the selection window. This means that the behavior was remade under the new multiplayer compatible solution. So we're trying to make multiplayer accessible to everybody, to develop for multiplayer. Only single player and legacy behaviors can interact with the rules and quest systems. Now, again, this being a draft document, maybe some of this has changed. So if you are experimenting in 0.8 and you find something that's different from this document, that's a possibility. It's possible that there's been stuff updated since this was written. Yes, you can download 0.8 right now from the Sandbox. Was it Sandbox/create? The create tab on the Sandbox website. But I would listen to this before you launch it and before you log in. So, yeah. When opening a 0.7 save file, the ported behaviors will be automatically upgraded to the new version while keeping the same configuration. They should work as closely as possible to the legacy version, and the idea is to minimize the impact of this upgrade as much as possible. So if you have a predator behavior in 0.7 and you open that same save game in 0.8, it will be converted to the new predator behavior in 0.8 with the same settings. So the same attack speed, the same hunger settings, the same distance, range, stuff like that. So it's going to try to match exactly to what you had before. I think all of the behaviors were recoded for 0.8. So some things may behave slightly differently than what you expect, but we're trying to make this conversion as seamless as possible. If you save an experience with new behaviors on a 0.8 build, you will not be able to open it again in 0.7. This is not a backwards compatible build. It's once you go to 0.8, you're not going back. Alternative functionalities, what we like to call hacks, different from the ones each behavior was originally designed for, shouldn't be considered features and won't be necessarily maintained in the new versions. So they might still work, but preserving those interesting, unique things that you figured out was not the goal of this update. So going from 0.7 to 0.8, if you made a cannon or a glider or any of the really cool things that we've seen people make, those were what I like to call emergent game design. Like we talk a lot in game development about emergent gameplay, which is like when people in Minecraft figured out that they can make like an 8-bit computer with redstone. Was not the intended use of those tools, but it's like super cool that you can do that. So making stuff like hoverboards and gliders and stuff in 0.8, that was not the intention of those features in 0.7. It was just something that was cool that got figured out, but the people developing the game maker can't look up every single emergent game design technique that you figured out in 0.7. So they weren't recreating these behaviors code specifically to enable those features. However, there's lots of new features in 0.8, which and will continue to be new features as we go on, that will probably eliminate the need for a lot of those hacky things. Like we're already introducing swimming. As a result, some flying is able. We're looking into doing vehicle stuff. So a lot of these things will be replaced by just having it as a feature instead of as like a weird thing where you combined some stuff and it made something really cool, but was not the way it was intended to work. So don't expect those things to continue working. Support and bug fixing won't be provided to the legacy versions of behaviors that have been ported. Only will be provided to new versions and to the legacy behaviors that aren't ported on 0.8. So if you find bugs in 0.7, I wouldn't even report them. If you find a bug in 0.8, and even legacy versions of behaviors. So in 0.8, you'll see like a new tag next to behaviors and components. If you find a bug while using those behaviors and components, you can report those bugs. But if it's one of the legacy ones where it doesn't have the new tag, it's not planned on being kept. It's just there specifically for the conversion process. So don't even worry about reporting those. Behaviors, single player, multiplayer split. The single player, multiplayer split only affects multiplayer experiences. Single player experiences shouldn't get affected by the distinction, although it's always encouraged to be thoughtful and consistent at the moment of selecting a network type for behaviors. In the behavior component selection window, there's a new type dropdown that allows for a selection of single player behaviors that can work locally. It affects each player individually in multiplayer experiences. Its main purpose is to allow communication with game objectives in multiplayer. The state of the actor will be independent for each player. Legacy behaviors are considered single player. Having no behaviors assigned also applies the single player criteria for the actor. So this may sound a little confusing, but if you've been paying attention to the way gameplay works in the game client in multiplayer hubs, when you've started a quest, you'll notice that it only does stuff for you. So you're talking to NPCs, you're getting those asker behaviors, you're collecting items. They only affect you locally on your computer. Nothing's happening server side for that except to like check off the list that you completed an experience, or completed a quest. I mean, and updates the dashboard for that. But it's not affecting the other players as you do that. This is the way it was working in 0.7. And if you're working in 0.8 and you're making a social hub, this is what the single player behavior, when a behavior's in single player mode, that's what it'll do.
Okay.
Nightbot has not been informed. Nightbot's a little behind there.
It's okay, we're close friend.
Multiplayer behaviors work globally. Every message exchanged between actors happens for all the players. All players will see other actors in the same state. So that means that there's behaviors that will now address all players. This means that we can have things that occur at the same time across the map for everybody based on this multiplayer tag. The following are some considerations and highlights from the behaviors single player multiplayer split documentation. It's encouraged that everyone reads the full extent of the documentation if possible. We're not going to go through that right now, although maybe we'll... yeah, I don't think we're going to go through that right now. This is a pretty long document, and...
Let's just keep going. We got a good flow here.
Yeah. We're going to stay on this one for now. Out of scope visual indicators for single player multiplayer behaviors. Once placed in a scene, you have to select it in order to see the type. That means that. So out of scope means things that we don't have yet. They're not in the scope of the 0.0 update. Visual indicators for single player multiplayer behaviors, meaning like once you've placed them on the map, you would see an indicator showing if a behavior is multiplayer or single player. You can still click on them to see what they are, but you don't get any indication with nothing selected. Restrictions on editing multiple actors with single player and multiplayer behaviors. So in the Game Maker, you can select multiple assets at the same time. I think they need to add some limitations so that way you can't... Just be careful when you're selecting multiple things and editing their behavior at the same time, because what this restrictions note means to me is that you may be able to set an invalid state for some behaviors. So if you've selected multiple assets with different behaviors and you add a component and do something that's set for multiplayer, maybe not all of those behaviors are multiplayer compatible. So I would make sure that you're being consistent and setting the exact same settings on all the assets if you've got multiple selected. Multiple validations to avoid conflictive situations won't be a part of this release. It's important that the creators are aware of them before creating experiences to prevent them from happening. So there's the possibility for errors where certain statuses will conflict each other and you won't get a warning about it. So the being aware of it, I'm not sure what it is. It probably is related to this documentation here. We'll try to get as much of this information out as possible. We do have a lot of plans for releasing information about this. Like I said, I wasn't expecting to talk about this today, so a lot of those guides are not public yet, and they're still being worked on. But in the coming weeks, expect there to be a lot of articles on Medium and documents shared. I would definitely pay attention to Becky Latoff and anything that she might share. We've also got Chris, who I don't know if Chris is super active on social media, but he does a lot of work for our educational stuff. So keep an eye out for our Git book and new information coming from those sources. Conflictive situations. There cannot be parenting between actors with different networking policies. So you can't trick multiplayer into using a single player feature by making a single player thing a child of a multiplayer thing. So if you're doing parent-child structures in your hierarchy, they have to be the same for multiplayer or single player.
Got it.
Messages communicating between actors with different networking policies won't work in multiplayer experiences. So single player experiences, pretty much everything works. Multiplayer experiences, you can't have single player messages or behaviors sending messages to multiplayer things. Game objectives only work with single player actors. Events or messages triggered by actors with multiplayer behaviors, death, collect, etc., won't be considered by the game objectives. Events or messages triggered by actors with multiplayer behaviors, death, collect, etc., won't be considered by. I think this means that, so in the case of like collecting Voxelite, you need to so collecting Voxelite in multiplayer was not actually a collection. What you were doing in the multiplayer client was by touching the Voxelite, you actually would kill it and its death would be recorded. And that's how that quest would update, because there was no inventory in multiplayer to sense that. So I'm not sure exactly if this changes something or not, but maybe we'll revisit that. In cases where a behavior can spawn actors, the spawned actor will maintain the same policy as the spawner actor. This means a multiplayer behavior cannot spawn a single player actor and vice versa. That makes sense. Be especially aware of the use of presets for these cases. Don't generate mixed bag situations. So, like it was saying with spawning, you can't spawn a multiplayer with a single player or a single player with a multiplayer. That is also the case for presets. So don't make a preset with single player behaviors inside of it and try to spawn it with a multiplayer. Not Jackie Chan says, okay, someone can't collect Voxelite for you. I believe that's the case. I believe that's what that's saying.
Okay, I'm glad they asked that question, because I was a little confused as to the more complex reasonings behind what that meant.
Yeah, so I
aspects of what that meant.
Going back to that third bullet point, I think that means that you can have a quest triggered for all players at the same time, I believe. But doing an objective won't
be considered by the game objectives. I gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense. Thank you, not Jackie Chan.
Yeah, I think that's what that means, but it is a little complex the way it's worded, and I'm missing some context. So, all right. This is also very important. Listening ears on. Migration and upgrade. Opening an experience from 0.7 in the game client or game maker gallery will keep the legacy behavior and components. That's what BECOM is. The experience should work the same as 0.7. So that's why we can filter by game version 0.7 and still play those in 0.7. Opening an experience from a 0.7 version in the game maker editor will upgrade each behavior and component version to their respective single-player version. If the behavior doesn't have a single-player version, they will be upgraded to the multiplayer version.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure what behaviors would upgrade to a multiplayer version. I guess portals, maybe? Important. This can result in mixed bag single-player, multiplayer situations for some actors, which isn't allowed and needs to be manually fixed by the creators.
Becky's in the chat, and she says, I helped build this documentation. Let me know if you have any questions.
Yeah, Becky. Did we get this point right? Were you here for us explaining game objectives will only work with single-player actors, events or messages triggered by actors with multiplayer behaviors, death, collect, etc. won't be considered by the game objectives. Did you hear our reasoning with that? And did we get it right? It's the main thing.
Into the chat, like the voice chat.
We did not get it right, or you were not there. Did not hear it. Oh no. Okay, so I'll I'll go over it real quick one more time. So our explanation was that, and thanks to Not Jackie Chan for helping kind of solidify the idea. While we might be able to trigger a quest for all players at the same time, the players will not be able to solve the objectives collectively. So like collecting Voxelite will not apply for all the players at once, but only for the single player, the single user. We got a delay, so quests for single player behaviors and components for this version. Oh, quests are for single player behaviors and components for this version. So there's no, are you saying there's no multiplayer quests right now at all, or no no like collaborative quests? I know collaborative quests is planned for the future.
That's so exciting.
It is exciting, yeah.
But then you have to split the party, and you never split the party.
There's a crowd event behavior that is for collaboration. So okay, yeah, there's the crowd events, which we'll be checking out in a bit. But quests or the rules as we've known them before are not necessarily single player only, but single user, right? It works the same way as 0.7. Quests will be migrated to be multiplayer compatible later. Oh, so So our okay, I got a yep. Okay, so the rules or quests, the way that they worked in 0.7 is the way they still work in 0.8. You can start a quest, but it only affects you. Only you can see it. And then we have separate crowd events, which don't have all the same features of the rule quests, but eventually rule quests will become a multiplayer thing. I think we got that all right. Question though, Becky, and you may or may not know the answer to this. Could we trigger everybody in a multiplayer to get a quest at the same time? Because even though it was not a feature of 0.7, we were able to do that in 0.7, although I don't know if we actually tried. There was, we figured out for Belphegor's Ball that we could have doors open and close well, more specifically open. We weren't closing them, but we could make proximity opening doors work for all players at the same time. And that meant that we could send messages based on avatar proximity to a sensor, or really any object to a sensor, just by taking off the networking filter. Becky stopped answering. I don't know if she's typing a long message or if she's not here anymore. Okay, we're gonna move along. Maybe Becky's given us a really detailed answer in the chat. I would invite her into the voice call, but she's not in this server, and it would be kind of complicated to get her in here last minute. There's different networking of single player and multiplayer actors. Quests work for single player networked. There needs to be consistency to get the messages to work. I have a feeling that I could probably figure out a way to get quests to start for players at the same time, but it's not because it's a feature, but because I would have like a workaround for it. But that's not super important though. And the collaborative, what was it? Not collaborative. Crowd events. Crowd events is gonna be more fun anyway, I think. Oops, no. I didn't mean to click on that. All right. Opening an experience from a previous internal 0.8 version. That's not really anything you all need to worry about. Will upgrade to their respective version. If you were like a studio and had early access to 0.8, then it just means that the stuff will be updated to the latest version. 0.9 versions will not be able to open experiences older than 0.7. We are not at 0.9 yet, but that's just a heads up. If you have anything in 0.7, you're going to want to upgrade it to 0.8 before we get to 0.9. But that's probably a little ways out. Single player versus multiplayer. There are considerations to be aware of before the start of creating experiences with the new behaviors, especially in a multiplayer environment. The list of behaviors below contains all the ones that were re-implemented. All of those new implementations are multiplayer compatible, but there are also some single player versions as well. Any legacy behavior outside that list still works with the legacy single player only architecture. Important. What works for an experience in single player context may not translate to the same to a multiplayer one. For example, sending a message from a multiplayer behavior to a single player one will work in Game Maker Editor, but not in Game Client multiplayer. So something may work in your tests in the Game Maker and not work in the Game Client where people load from the map. There's a different... oh, wait, I already read that message from Becky. Hey, on my PC now. Cool. It's important to read this behavior split documentation. We're not going to do that right now. Single player experiences. This includes Game Maker Editor and Game Client single player and Gallery single player. Both new and legacy behaviors should be able to coexist. There are no communication restrictions. Messages could be sent from single player behaviors to multiplayer behaviors and vice versa. Doesn't that go against what we just read? Messages could, is this past tense? Messages could be sent from legacy behaviors to new behaviors and vice versa. New and legacy behaviors can communicate with the game objectives. The new toggle component should be able to pause legacy and new behaviors. You're using documentation built by the devs. Becky, this is what I've got to work with. This is what was in the email where we announced 0.8 to staff. I didn't have a link for anything else. But if you would like, if you have a Git book ready to share, please do so. We've been working for a while to make it simpler and more clear. I kind of figured this. I could tell by reading this that this is not really public facing, but I especially needed to get out the 0.7 migration warnings out, just because it wasn't on the website. Multiplayer experiences. Wait, did I skip anything? No. Toggle component. That's cool. We're going to be able to toggle between behaviors.
You know, she's saying, I'd like to help clear things up while you're on this live stream.
Do we want to get in a group call?
I was just gonna say, if you take me off of the camera, would it be easier to add her as just a voice, or how do you
I
want
mean,
to do it?
I don't have to
like,
take you off of camera, but we would have to
Okay.
disconnect from this call and connect up in a group chat.
Yeah, let's do that. Becky,
Can you start a
will
group
send
chat
me-
with Becky?
Yes, I was gonna say, Becky, will you send me a friend request or just link up with me on Discord? I will send my information.
Let her call your phone. We've
That's
got
not gonna
we've got better ways of doing this than me holding my phone up to the microphone. All right. Because then Becky wouldn't even be able to hear Lucas then. Single player,
It's more
multiplayer
important
things
that you and
burning
her
my
speak than
neurons.
Me. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you have a question for her, I'd like her to be able to hear you.
Well, thank you.
Just let me know. Let me know when you have a group chat with her, and we'll do the transition. Multiplayer experiences. This includes a game client multiplayer plus gallery multiplayer. Avoid using legacy behaviors in multiplayer experiences. Single player can only communicate with single player behaviors and game objectives. Multiplayer can only communicate with multiplayer behaviors. Every single player behavior works locally. Every multiplayer behavior works globally. By locally, they mean on your local PC, but globally, they mean online, affecting other players. Avoiding using legacy behaviors in multiplayer experiences is important. It's all important, but that especially. We also, what is this? We've got Tauruses. We've got donuts in the game maker. It's not a cube. I just have to imagine that this Taurus is actually made by a single cube being spun and then rotated around, so it's like a reverse lathe. All right, logic actors are a new feature to allow the creation of gameplay without the need for asset placement in the world. This means that we don't need tiles. We don't need number pads. It had to end eventually. The actor presented with a placeholder model will be completely invisible during play mode. To make more efficient experiences and boost performance as a result, it is encouraged each time an asset is solely functional as a gameplay gear and doesn't need any mesh presentation, use a logic actor. So this is specifically to optimize experiences. We don't need a whole bunch of extra assets showing up on the map. There are a number of options already located. Wow, I can't read anymore. There are numerous. Wow. Okay, my brain's fried already. There are a number of options already loaded in the library to allow quick logic placement with some of the new common use cases.
Okay, so I have that group chat created with you, me, and Becky on Discord.
All right, I'm gonna hide you real quick, Lucas, and Lucas is gonna disappear for a second. We'll pop into that other call. Oh, I hid myself instead of Lucas. There we go.
Hello.
Hey. Hi, Becky. Oh, I heard you for a second there. Becky.
Hi.
Uh-oh. We lost Becky.
I heard it for a second.
I did too. Lucas, can you turn your camera back on?
Oh, yeah. I guess I would need to do that again.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hey, there you are.
Hey.
Nice. All right. Let me get
okay.
Lucas
Let me
back
see.
here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Oh no.
Can you hear us?
Huh. Let me see what's going on with my audio.
Uh-oh. I don't think Becky can hear us, but we can hear her now.
Got it.
Hey, Lucas is back. Uh-oh.
Man,
Delayed.
it's good to be back.
A little louder on Becky would be dreamy. Well, we can't hear it at all.
Yeah.
It's delayed like at least a minute. The audio call? We can hear you typing, Becky.
Can you guys hear me typing or anything?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
you need to mute the stream.
Audio through Discord, not through Twitch.
Yeah. We're doing it live, folks. We're doing it live. I'm not sure which thing Becky's laughing about, but
I'm not either. I'm hoping for some dance music. I saw Alex is dancing. I got excited.
all right. While Becky's figuring out her audio stuff, I'm actually Lucas. Can you let me know when Becky can talk? I'm gonna mute her on my side real quick.
Yeah, I can listen for it.
There we go. That way we don't hear the typing. But let me know if she's able to like do audio, and then we can have her talk.
Okay, you got
I
it,
laughed
dude.
and said LOL at the same time to give you an idea of the delay. All right. So we've got 3C. We're talking about new logic actors, or this is not related to logic actors. This is just a different section. So 3C is what we call character, camera, combat, which are like the three pillars of game design. So swimming. When the avatar enters any liquid, it will start to swim. This new behavior is disabled by default on already existing experiences. That's important because everybody who's made water environments has not designed them with swimming in mind, because swimming has not been a thing yet. This new behavior will be enabled by default on new experiences created with the 0.8 version. There is a toggle switch at global parameters control behavior at the end of the list of field. So you can turn this off. If you want to make a new experience and you don't want swimming, then you can turn it off.
That's cool.
The toggle switch allows the creator to switch swimming on or off. Yes, that's
Would
usually
that be a way to kind of set up, like, I guess, fog almost, because it's that persistent environmental condition, and so if you're not swimming through water, could you use it as an environment and use it in a different way? Is that why you're able to toggle it on and off?
Well, I mean, some people have just designed games without the intention of swimming. Like, people still do that, right? I've played games made in the past few years where swimming was just not a thing. Like, you fall into the water, you die, or whatever. Like, not every game you will necessarily want there to be swimming. Like, what if you're making a racing game and you play as a car and you fall into the water? You would expect to just sink. You could totally toggle it off and use blocks for fog. However,
there's also fog blocks, or
there's
fog settings in the
yeah, there's fog VFX now, so that kind of makes the need for fog blocks totally unnecessary. Maybe you're a rock golem who can't swim. Absolutely. There's all sorts of reasons why you might want it off, but by default, it will be on now because a lot of people are adding water to their environments, and now we know how to fill up a pool really easily with water. That's pretty cool. Crouching. Tapping the C key will make the avatar crouch. Using this movement, the avatar can enter new places with a lower ceiling. So typically you can walk anything under 2 meters, but now you should, as a regular player, you should be able to crouch down and go to a 1 meter area. Holding the C key down will make the avatar crawl on the ground. This movement, while slow, enables avatars to go through smaller openings. You know, I'm not sure. It may be like 1.5 meters. So if you have like some objects on the ceiling, you may be able to crouch under them, and then C key might be all the way down to 1 meter. Maybe it's even 0.5 meters. I'm not sure what the difference is. It will also, I don't know if in this version, but it will in some versions make a difference which avatar you have, because like the cyberkongs are really big compared to like a Care Bear. Slide. After sprinting for a second or more, tapping the C key will make the avatar drop to the ground and start sliding. The avatar can enter the same openings as when crawling, but the movement is faster and limited. This is basically like Call of Duty sliding. So you can run, slide, and then pop back up.
Alex,
Yep.
I think
Is Becky
Becky's
back?
ready to go. Yes, she is.
Hey, 1 second. Let me turn
Yes,
her
ma'am.
unmuted. All right, Becky, you're back.
Sweet. Okay, sorry about that. I have not been on a live stream before on audio. I've done live streams before, but
Sure.
not through Twitch. So new things.
All right, well,
Always something
welcome.
new.
So do you want us to go back to the multiplayer, single player split and help make sure that we're explaining it correctly?
So yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff to talk about with this update, and we've been working on the documentation. It's been taking a lot of testing to make sure that we understand thoroughly how things work. And multiplayer versus single player is a thing that we just haven't been able to like get into a lot to see like how everything behaves, at least on our side in the education team. But obviously the level designers and devs have been testing that stuff a lot and made sure that it's stable and everything enough to have a public version for testing. So what we want to say, I think the biggest thing we want to say is, and I wasn't here at the start, make sure if you're using this version, you're using it just for testing new games. Don't open your previous games. We're advising against that for now, just to make sure that you're not losing any of your work that that's really valuable to you. We want to make sure that you're just exploring the new stuff, trying to see how things work together. The single player multiplayer split is temporary. This is just for this current version, and then we're going to have updates coming in the near future that are going to sort of meld it all together. This is a transitional phase where we're making it so that you should be able to more simply manage between multiplayer and single player stuff. So, please forgive the complexity for the short time, and
Sure.
just try out the new features and focus more on those and learning how to use them well.
Right.
That's what I really just want to start with.
This is a great time for people to start new experimental projects.
Yes.
And not break old stuff.
Not production, like if it's something where you just want to, we have so many new behaviors and components that have been, some things that have been migrated over already and some that haven't, and they will be. So things will change, keep that in mind. But just for now, think about how you can start using these great things like the light, the visual effects, the weather changer, so much cool stuff to dive into. So just focus on the new.
We're going to start taking a look at that in a little bit here after I get through. I wanted to get through all the warnings first.
Yeah. And I think one of the things to keep in mind is try not to make conflicts. I know you mentioned the mixed bag thing. You talked about that. One of the things I noticed, for example, we have a new curio behavior, and we have a collectible component that's in single or multiplayer. And we were testing this out, and the curio is like the Voxelite, where every player gets to collect it one time in a multiplayer experience. But then you've got your collectible component that could be set as a multiplayer use, where every player gets a chance to get it, but there's only one available. So that's like a big difference with multiplayer. And then you've got your single player use. Yeah. Then you've got your single player one that's only for a single player game. So think about that kind of thing too. That one is a little confusing to me, and I had to test it through. And if I put a single player one in a multiplayer, a game where I had multiplayer at the same time collectibles, it moved my objects to a different location, and I was like, what happened? So it doesn't tell you though. So you got to test thoroughly, and understand things aren't going to be perfect. But it is such a stellar, upgrade. It's so much cool stuff to explore. Two
questions. So, but for the curio behavior, so with collecting. Are you saying that right now we could do competitive multiplayer where somebody has to try to collect the Voxelite before somebody else?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If you are doing the multiplayer collectible component, then you could. I mean, why not? And here's another thing. this version of Game Maker doesn't have a health component for multiplayer. You can't have combat yet. It's coming, but it's just not there yet. However, you could have, because we have this new thing, and I think this documentation might have the old stuff about the previous version, but now we have an actor property behavior that allows you to switch the collisions and the visibility of an object. So you could say, okay, maybe we can do a roundabout way of collaboratively defeating a boss and just make that object disappear in the game to show that it's been defeated. And that could be sort of a way to get around that missing health component and missing combat, you know? So you could have creative ways of doing things.
That's an interesting idea. Making a multiplayer dungeon crawler without the combat, though, but could be possible. Very cool. Second question, and this is kind of from somebody in the chat. They asked if we could make this doc publicly available. So I know that you and Chris have been working on public documentation. When do you think that can go live? When can people, and where can people find this?
It should be on Gitbook. I was just checking to see if it was updated there yet, because Chris is the one who's trying to push the documentation to publish it. And one of the problems is just there's so much stuff to test, and the devs built it so quick. They did such an amazing job getting it out fast. We had studios that were testing it in the background to give us some feedback and help us see if there were any bugs that we needed to take care of. And so, yeah, they just did it too fast for us to get it out. But we are really close to getting it done. We've got, I think we've got 18 separate new documents that we're working on in the background and we're fine tuning, making sure it's clear and easy to understand. And it also at the same time has all the details so that if you have questions that, you know what a new, maybe a new parameter on a new behavior. What is that? How does that work? We want to make sure you understand that clearly. So we're just getting in the final stage, and it should probably be done and published. I would think it should be done by next week, early next week, but it might even be publishing sections at a time just to get it out as fast as we can.
Great. So, can we get a link to that Gitbook in the chat, Lucas,
sure,
please?
As soon as I have it from her, I will drop it on out there.
Thank you. All right. So let's go back to slide. Okay, so we got the fast slide. Sheathing, tapping the Z key. Thank you very much. So in the chat is a link to our Gitbook with articles explaining 0.8, expected to be released in the next week or so, possibly in stages. So keep checking back, and I'm sure we'll announce on Twitter and Discord when those articles go live.
When Becky show. Little L.
When Becky.
Becky just barely got on here audio, so it's a little scary.
We're gonna have to have a weekly. We'll have a weekly Becky show, right?
That could be fun. I mean,
it could be.
This build has got me coming up with so many ideas that I want to test, and I'm just having a blast. I love it.
I just wish I had nothing else to do and could just immerse in this, start making stuff.
All I have to say is I'm really excited, and Becky, I'm not trying to downplay on your accomplishments, but I'm really excited to see what your kids come up with, because the last time we played one of their games, it was seriously impressive.
Yeah, he's my son. He's the one that's really, really excited about getting into it, and now that it's live, he's gonna flip.
Wonderful.
I have been kind of sharing some things about it behind the scenes and seeing what he thinks of it and any ideas he might have, and he's ready to run. It's gonna be cool.
All right, sheathing. Tapping the Z key will make the avatar sheath its weapon and or shield. Tapping the Z key again will make the avatar unsheath its equipment.
And now when we're talking about equipment, did you mention that in Game Maker 0.8, when you play in multiplayer, you can put on equipment and show it off to other people?
We haven't gotten there yet, but we are there now. Right now we're just reading through this, and then when we're done with this, we're going to actually jump into 0.8 and see what all we can do.
It's a challenge to test the multiplayer stuff, though, because what you see when you in play mode is different than when you share to the gallery and you get your friends in it and you test it out. So you will notice a difference between those. Keep that in mind as you're building. As for example, when you set up quests and you're testing in play mode and you intend to put it in multiplayer, it will work. The quest will work with multiplayer in play mode. But that's not going to happen
In
when you
play
push
mode.
it. Yeah, that's not going to happen when you push it to be a social experience and test it.
So let me ask a question really quick, because I feel like this kind of relates back to what we're talking about right now. From somebody in the chat, how can I download and play on 0.8 without affecting 0.7 experiences? I want to play with new features, but don't want to corrupt 0.7 experiences. So how would somebody go about doing that?
We actually recommend not installing 0.8 on the same computer you have 0.7 installed.
So like
Okay.
I kind of switch back and forth between the installs as I need to do stuff, but most of my time right now is just in 0.8 because I'm kind of just like, well, let's look to the future, you know? But I do have my other stuff and I'm holding on to it and ready to, you know, kind of when it's migrating, like the migration should be done. It's built to do it as efficiently and easily as possible. All the new behaviors and components are designed to switch over automatically for you, but we want to make sure that is stable before we tell everyone, yeah, go do that, you know? So probably updated versions coming soon. We'll give that, you know, go ahead with everyone, and then you'll be able to go with the one. But for now, yeah, if you're going to be experimenting, you know, use a different machine if you want to keep them both up all the time and you're really going to be that aggressively in one and the other at the same time. But if you're just ready to explore and see what you can build with the new one, then just install that one and move forward and just wait on opening the old ones from 0.7.
The old
And
experiences.
yeah, your
just
older
hands
experiences.
I
mean,
Thank you.
it's one of the challenges with us is with the education team, we have to ask the devs, what does this mean when you say don't do this? You know, so with that,
yeah.
and
so a question related to that, because this was something that came up like a week or two ago. I'm guessing that this means that there's no longer a lock on accounts that go to 0.8.
See,
because
that thing, I mean, that's another thing I want clarity on too, because I have been able myself to use a couple of different accounts and go with one build and then go back to the other one and not have an issue. But I did hear that from the devs, and I was kind of like, well, I mean, I'm just testing things out, so I'm cool either way. And
yeah,
I haven't personally had an issue, but I don't know if that's something, you know, I would think they would give us that warning with the public release if that were an issue.
I thought they were going to give us a warning on the public release. So there was a specific build where they said that if you logged into 0.8, you would be locked out of logging into 0.7 at all.
Yeah, I personally haven't had that issue.
I think it happened to Panda.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I haven't seen a note about that in this though, so I'm thinking maybe that's not the case, which is why I was at the start of the stream I was telling people, if you're downloading it, go ahead and download, but don't install it yet. Like, wait till we get through this, because I didn't want people to be locked out of 0.7.
I'm not sure if the dialog box when you do the install gives you the warning of don't open your 0.7 builds. It would be good if it was there, because I think that's probably the easiest way to notice it. Whereas, putting announcements and putting it on the website, at least have it there too. But, I think just thinking in the mindset of this is experimental, this is testing the new features, giving feedback, saying, I love this, I hate this, and waiting for the devs to continue with their process. I think some of these things are transitional. So you'll notice when you're playing that there's a new map, like a mini map, and it doesn't look like it does a whole lot right now, but it's the version 2, and it adds new things that are going to be very visible and useful as it evolves. So,
yeah,
this is what we're doing. We're just going through these iterations one step at a time, and things would change. So that's why we have this split with multiplayer, single player that's complicated, but it's temporary. So, don't pull your hair out too much, but please do have fun exploring.
All right. So sheathing, the equipment is still equipped, so starting an attack will unsheathe the equipment automatically. It's pretty cool.
So I see a question in the chat about getting stuck on the install with the loading common VFX. And I think it's in the users app data. Like under there's a
Oh, there's
folder,
that
Sandbox
folder, yeah.
Gaming. That folder, like I think deleting that is what has cleared up a lot of if you get hung on trying to load.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would suggest deleting this entire folder. I'm going to paste it in the chat, and I'm going to explain it. So
I haven't tried installing the public version yet. I'm still on the previous testing one.
So yeah, it's on your C drive, users / whatever your username is / appdata / local low / TSB gaming / the Sandbox Maker. You can just delete that whole folder and relaunch your install, and it will recreate everything that it needs to in there. It might take a little while the first time because it has to download the assets again, but that will clear out anything in there that may be hanging up the launch. Now, that's not a guarantee that it'll work because sometimes like your internet speed can make a difference. Using a VPN can affect it. I don't think you need to reinstall Windows. I've never reinstalled Windows for the Sandbox, so I wouldn't start with that one. I would try other things first. All right, new behaviors and components. This is the compatible list of new or ported behaviors that have been implemented in the new multiplayer compatible solution. Any behavior that doesn't appear on this list is out of the 0.8 scope and will still exist as the legacy single player only solution. So, still exists, but is not recommended for multiplayer, right? Because we're not recommending legacy single player components and behaviors in multiplayer content right now. Ported behaviors. The asker is for single player and multiplayer. Should maintain the same features, no changes. For retro compatibility, multiplayer can be triggered by any text message. The message sent in a multiplayer experience can only be listened by other single player behaviors and will affect each player individually. So if I'm reading that correctly, that's the way it worked in 0.7, right? Like you walk up to an NPC, you can talk to them, it'll only show up for you. Okay. Multiplayer, the user interface is displayed only to the user that triggered the behavior. It means that it will only react to the interact message. All the other messages will be ignored. So you can't have like a quest trigger this. It has to be the player walking up to something and interacting with it. The messages sent in a multiplayer experience can only be listened by other multiplayer behaviors and will affect all players. So you could walk up to an NPC, interact with them, and start a quest that would affect all players, I believe, right? Like the what was it called for the multiplayer quests? Help me, Becky.
For the you're saying quests, and I'm like, well, multiplayer.
Yeah, they're not quests, but I can never remember the name.
Crowd event behavior.
Crowd events, thank you. So
crowd events work with collection or with messages. So you can do a lot of things with messages.
Right.
And what you have is like a progress bar. So you're all working together. You can have a time limit, and you have this progress bar, and everyone can kind of work together. You can even have it just incrementally progress, even if you're not doing something. You can set it that way if you want, so that, you know, if maybe it's a game for kids and you want to see them still get progress and not get frustrated. So there's a lot of cool stuff with that. And it's got a really neat UI.
Asset spawner, single player and multiplayer functionality. Behavior should maintain the same functionalities, except for the visible toggle, which was removed. Active visibility setting should be used instead. I never really understood the point of having the visible toggle on that, since we had the active visibility setting anyway.
And it also overrided.
Right, yeah, you could make them conflict. It was yeah. Functionality, the behavior, I just read that one. Retrocompatibility, if the actor has the visible toggle disabled, then the visibility of the actor will automatically change to hidden in the editor. Other than that, no changes to the functionalities. Multiplayer, single player, the actor spawned will be seen by each player individually. The actor will spawn with single player behaviors. So like if you interact with a popcorn cart or a hot dog cart in this is a really old reference. I don't know how many people are going to get this, but a deer might appear in your multiplayer hub. This goes back to the Paris hub that we released. It was like the very first single player or the very first multiplayer thing we released, but absolutely nothing was synchronized across players. And somebody left the default spawner behavior on a food truck, and it would spawn a deer.
Nice.
I think was that my food truck? I don't remember. I think it was my chow cart. But people would interact with it as the default spawner, and the default thing that it would spawn was always a deer. So you could just spawn like 1 million deer until the server would crash.
I mean, everybody loves deers. That's not true.
Multiplayer, the actor spawner spawned by the behavior will appear to all the players in the experience. The actor will spawn with multiplayer behaviors. That leaves so many options. And like, we're not even to the cool stuff yet. We're just going over what the ported behaviors are. There's new stuff that's after this. Bird should maintain the same features and configurations. No retrocompatibility issues. In multiplayer, the state of the bird should be consistent to all players in the experience. They'll see the platform doing the same movement at the same time, which means platforming on birds. I'm guessing that the basic platform is probably going to be the same. We'll see if it's down here. Button functionality. The behavior should maintain the same features. No changes in retrocompatibility. Multiplayer. For single player, each player will be able to trigger the button. Messages sent in a multiplayer experience can only be listened by other single player behaviors and will affect each player individually. This is like the same for the asker. Multiplayer, all players in the experience will be able to interact with the button. The messages sent in a multiplayer experience can only be listened by other multiplayer behaviors and will affect all players. Climbable. No changes. Multiplayer, all players in the experience will be able to climb the actor same. So yeah, climbable, exactly the same. Collectible. This behavior should include the same features and configs in 0.7. Some new parameters related to the message broadcasting were added. No retrocompatibility changes. Broadcast type should automatically be set to all. So that's important to note. That's the new thing. Multiplayer, in single player, the collectible can be collected by each player and won't affect how other players perceive it. That's like collecting Voxelite in a social hub. In multiplayer, the collectible can only be collected by the first player that reaches it. That's what Becky was talking about earlier. After it's collected, the actor disappears for everyone in the scene. Curio. This is new. Why is it in this section? Was Curio in 0.7, or did they just put it in the wrong
Brand
part?
new. Curio is new.
Yeah, it's in the ported behaviors section.
Mm.
Is it? I think so. Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. That's fine. It's a little out of order here. Functionality, it's a multiplayer collectible that can be picked by every player. In multiplayer, the curio can be picked by all players inside the experience. This means that if you pick it, all the other players will still see the collectible available to be picked up. So I can kind of see why it's right after collectible, though, because it kind of overlaps in function.
Yeah, we actually described all the collectible options in their documentation we're about to publish because it needs to be put together to kind of see how they're different.
Yeah. So single player collectible works exactly the way you'd expect it. In multiplayer collectible is one and only, and curio takes the place of the single player for multiplayer. Kind of. I almost wonder why it's a separate behavior and not just like a different definition on collectible, but it'll just be something to get used to. Door, same features and configurations. On top of that, the fields for animation on open and closed were added, as well as some broadcasting configurations.
Multiplayer, if I open a door, everybody sees it. And then
We're
we
not
can all go in the door.
we're not there yet, but I'm confused on this part. On top of that, fields for animation on open and closed were added. We already had that, right? I thought you could already set the animations for opening and closing. Yeah.
Not sure why it's noted in there.
Maybe because I think it was like on the edit additional properties. Maybe they added it to the main view. And then, like Becky just said, door opened and closed by players on the experience will affect the status for all players. That's cool. That
I like to say it shorter and simpler.
It's a lot more immersive now with that.
It's going to open so many possibilities.
It's going to open so many doors.
I was going to say that, but
you should have. It was right there.
Even I had that one at the tip of my tongue. I was like,
You can't just leave that there. Like, somebody's got to do that.
All bad puns are extremely welcome on this show.
They're not welcome. They're mandatory. Like, you can't. We can't. No pun left behind. It's got to be.
All right, Alex, are you ready to drop us some knowledge then?
About puns?
About drops.
Oh, about. I forgot what was on the screen.
She got you.
No.
She got you.
I'm gonna cry a tear of pride and joy. I'm so happy right now.
Ever.
All right. So drop functionality, all inputs allowed that allowed collectible configuration through the drop were removed. This is due to a lot of inconsistencies presented with this design. The remaining features and configs from 0.7 should remain the same. To compensate for the removed inputs upon loading an old drop, a new preset with the collectible component should be created and the configuration should be applied. The drop will be set to spawn that preset. The remaining features of configs from 0.7 should remain the same. So basically, you used to be able to select a drop and behavior and then do some settings for the behavior of what is dropped. So we got rid of those. You're not setting the behavior and the components or any of those settings for drop. It's basically only you can drop the asset as is or do a preset. Am I understanding that correctly?
Sorry, I'm answering a question in the chat. You're asking me.
Oh. So before you could drop and set behavior and components on the drop, we're getting rid of that, and you can either drop the asset as is or as a preset.
Yeah, it sounds like it's switching over to because the way it was before, you were just going with the defaults, and most people don't want that. I think people really want to use the presets to make it as customized as possible.
Yeah, and you could set some behaviors and components, but it was limited. Like, It was always like, oh, you can set a health component, but you can't set what any of the options are for the health component. Game Dizzy. It is not recommended to open 0.7 experiences right now. You can work on new stuff, but we can't make any guarantees for old content being opened in the new platform right now. But you should still be able to open up 0.7. Just be cautious. you might want to use a second computer or like uninstall 0.8 and launch 0.7. You may want to swap installs. We're gonna get rid of that.
Yeah, I already got rid of it.
Okay, cool. Wrong space. Multiplayer. The drop could be triggered by messages or death in multiplayer experience. When the asset spawns, it appears for each player individually. So if we kill a NPC, well, how do you kill an NPC in a multiplayer experience if they don't have health? I guess you can void them, and we determine that voiding is the same as killing. So they would drop they would drop something, and each player can see it on the screen. And I guess since it appears individually, each player could collect that individually. Oh, plant. That's right. Thank you, PG.
Something to keep in mind as you're reading this is that this is what the devs are talking about. They want the functionality to be in Game Maker 0.8 .x, but it's like this is the first iteration. So you can't have any killing, you can't have any health components, so you can't actually do a drop from death yet, but it will be this way. So keep that in mind as we're reading this part, and it'll all make sense very soon.
Right. Okay. The drop could be triggered by messages in multiplayer. The drop could be triggered by messages or death in a multiplayer experience. When the asset spawns, it appears for every player on the experience. Need to establish how death can be achieved in multiplayer. There it is. But PG Metaverse OG noted that plants can be killed by messages. That may work in multiplayer. I'm not sure. Okay, Becky, big question here. Important question. Everybody listen. Hopefully Becky has an answer. Can users publish a multiplayer hub right now?
When you say publish, that's like
share.
To the metaverse.
Share to the gallery.
Share to the gallery, easy. And all you have to do is click a little button on the bottom left, a little checkbox in the bottom left that says social, and it's there within seconds. And it's obviously ordered based on when you created the file. So keep that in mind as usual. But then that's where you really want to test
Chat's
things
blowing
a lot
up right
more.
now.
You want to test things a lot more in your multiplayer games in the gallery than you will normally, because that's the only place that you're really going to see how it's going to behave more naturally. So you're going to be sharing a lot.
All right, I knew this question before we started the stream. I knew that this would be something that would come up, and I'm going to test it here on stream in a bit. Yeah, there it goes. Everybody else caught up to the delay and is going nuts in the chat. So yeah, new social hubs popping up in 3, 2, 1.
And did you say anything about the gallery, by the way, now that we're on this topic?
That's what we started with. We started with the filter.
Yeah, so
and the search.
It's going to make it so much easier to find things, so that when you're testing, just remember and make sure you remember what you named it, because you might change the name a little bit as you share it each time.
You can also search by your username.
So much easier.
Yeah, so if I search for Kamisazi, if I set to all, because I haven't published anything in 0.7 or 0.8, so I haven't shared. This is an important distinction that we talk about a lot on the staff side of things. There's a difference between shared an experience and published an experience, right? Sharing goes to the gallery, publishing goes to the metaverse map. Publishing is still not available for everybody, but making sharing available to everybody is a step towards making publishing available for everybody that has land, obviously. So if I search for my username,
I think the only thing to mention too is I noticed a little bit of a delay before that social hub tag shows up in the thumbnail. And in the meantime, before that happens, I had some issues with crashing with the previous version. I haven't been able to test with this current version to see. So it might take a couple minutes to actually apply the social hub thing where you can jump in.
Okay. So just be a little patient with it.
Yeah. And it really was only a couple minutes that it took for it to work exactly as I had hoped or expected. But yeah, it's super easy, and it's amazing how easy it is to have a social experience now.
I mean, there's been a long running. I mean, I've heard this joke for at least 10 years, of let's click the multiplayer button and it makes your game multiplayer, and it's like it's a common rant among indie devs, and I love indie devs. I wanted to be an indie dev, and I kind of skipped that stage of my game development career, and I'm now working for a company with like 400 something people in it.
It's kind of an indie dev job still.
Yeah, it's sort of, except now I have my own game studio too, and it's still like it's not really indie, but that's been the common rant, because people will go like, oh, this should be multiplayer, just make it multiplayer, and they're like, oh yeah, we'll just click the multiplayer button. But that's really what we've done in the sandbox is we added them. Obviously, from the development side of things, you're seeing this in what we're looking at right now with all these MP and SP tags. It is complicated. There is a difference between single player and multiplayer, and you will need to make changes to your experience to make sure multiplayer works well. But as far as publishing it is literally just clicking a button.
Sounds wonderful.
All right. Image display. It's the same, no changes. Multiplayer, all players in the experience will be able to see the same image as it happened in 0.7. Indicator. No changes. Indicators are currently non-functional in multiplayer.
What does that mean?
They don't work.
Wait, indicators are non-functional completely?
That's what it says.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure I had like the entirety. I know it's a short statement, but I just want to make sure I had the entirety of it.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, this document may not reflect the most recent changes that came out today. Does 0.8 work on Windows 7? I don't believe any of this works on Windows 7. I think Windows...
Does anything work on Windows 7?
Well, I mean, some things still work on 7. I liked 7 a lot, actually. I skipped Vista. I went from XP to 7, and then to 10. I skipped 8. I'm on 11 on my laptop.
Tetris works in Windows 7.
I'm pretty sure none of the Sandbox stuff works on Windows 7.
Yes.
Windows 7 is retired by Microsoft. Yeah, it's hard to believe how long ago that came out. Okay, so yeah, it just says currently non-functional. So I mean, you may like I was saying earlier, this document may not be 100% up to date. So stuff that just came out yesterday or today, I mean, may be slightly different from this documentation. So if you find that it does work in multiplayer, that's cool. But this says it doesn't right now. So don't expect it to work.
This documentation's been there for a while, so we're gonna, see. Obviously, we have to go through our documentation that we've been writing up. That's really kind of summing up from the last version that was in testing, just to make sure that if anything has changed, that we get that accurate for everybody.
Okay, if 0.6 and 0.7 worked fine on Windows 7, then maybe 0.8 will. We're not adding a restriction to prevent Windows 7. It's just Windows 7 is old and not supported by Windows anymore. So new features available to Unity and your video card drivers and stuff like that may not work on 0.7. Just that's the nature of upgrading operating systems and software.
I was just saying the same thing. I was just saying I don't believe that any intentional restrictions were built in any way.
Yeah. I would try it on Windows 7. I don't have any Windows 7's machines anymore, so I can't test it. And I will say that we are not testing it on Windows 7. It doesn't mean it doesn't work on Windows 7, but we're not doing anything intentionally to make it work on 0.7, just because it's a more than 10-year-old operating system now, which is well past the lifespan. Message broadcaster. The behavior should maintain the same functionalities, except for the visible toggle. So it's kind of like the spawner. Retrocompatibility. Yeah, it's just about the visibility toggle. Messages in a multiplayer experience can only be listened by other single-player behaviors, and will affect each player individually. In multiplayer, the messages sent in a multiplayer experience can only be listened by other multiplayer behaviors. So just that's going back to what we talked about earlier with making sure that you're using all single player or all multiplayer behaviors to make sure.
I can say something about that. Like I tested just to see, and I was able to get it in play mode to get things to work, but it doesn't work when you test it in the gallery, at least with the test version that we had. So we'll have to look at that again, but I'm pretty sure you really just need to follow the rules and keep it. If it's networked as client only, which is for single player, that one person, or if it's networked for synchronized for everyone to see, you just have to be consistent about everything, just so that you have reliable experiences. Because the more you try to get things to work unintentionally, you might crash your game maker. So we don't want that. Make sure you save frequently and don't put it in these kinds of situations where it could happen.
Sounds like a good advice to me.
All right.
I like to test everything and cause problems because
I like. So I do too. Although oftentimes
that's part of my
Like to
job.
break things.
Make sure I know how it works.
it is
And how it
part of the
doesn't.
job. Yeah. Well, this is just how I learned to use computers, right? I was like, I used to poke around in like Win32 and or System 32 and be like, what's this? What's this .exe? Like, what happens if I run this? And then some weird system changes, and I'm like, oh no, I got to change it back before Dad gets home. That is how I learned how to use computers, basically. Did you know that like Windows XP came with a font editor?
I did not know that.
It's buried down in your System 32 folder. It was just there. It was there. It was very basic. You could do pixel based fonts, and it would like do like a weird vectorization thing with it. And I started making custom fonts with that.
Nice.
Just like the weird things you learn when you're poking around inside your computer where you shouldn't be. But now oftentimes, instead of, there's so many features, I don't necessarily have time to test every single permutation of something. So a lot of times what I do now is I have an objective. I'm trying to do this thing. How do I get there? And what do I have to break along the way to make it happen? Is oftentimes how I learn things now. All right. NFT details, not really any changes to functionality or retrocompatibility, but for multiplayer, when using the single player behavior, the user interface is displayed only to the user that triggered the behavior. It means that it will only react to the interact message. All other messages will be ignored. The 4-player only behavior components will enable. Sorry, the grammar's. Am I having a stroke or the 4-player only behaviors components will enable you to work around this limitation to be able to receive messages coming from those behaviors and components. And currently non-functional in multiplayer. That seems like an important one to fix. Pickable. So wasn't somebody asking why there's no pickable?
1 second, let me pull up my notes real quick.
It's right here. Pickable's right here.
Oh yeah, when we first started the show, I think somebody was. I don't think I wrote that down because you touched on it.
Mm-hmm. No pickable at the moment in single player client. Well, so multiplayer pickable should still work in single player, right? Like I would
think so.
It shouldn't actually make a difference. Hey, Gikis is in the chat. Welcome. Definitely a lot of competition now. So yeah, I don't see why the distinction between single player and multiplayer is usually that single player has some sort of limitation in its ability to do things on multiplayer. And then single player and multiplayer behaviors can't talk to each other. But there's not really any reason I can think of why the multiplayer mode for something shouldn't also work in a single player, except that it won't have all the single player features and it won't be able to talk to the single player behaviors. But for just picking something up, that should work either way. For the most part, the behavior should... Well, and that's weird, because pickable is a component, not a behavior. The only differences are now the actor will become transparent upon being picked up by the player and will turn opaque again after its release. So, is that only for... I don't really like that. Because sometimes people have used things that you pick up to... King of Crypto says you can still see it, but it's half invisible. Okay, so yeah, so there's a difference between transparent and translucent. Oh, Okay, I guess that's okay. But the issue that I'm thinking of though is like sometimes people like I made a car that you could pick up, right? And it looks like you were driving a car because you picked it up, but now the car will be like half clear when you're holding it.
I see what you're saying.
It's like I'm in Game Maker and I literally just placed a car and set it as pickable, and I'm holding it in midair with my head halfway through it visible, and I'm like, this is weird.
Yeah. So it's huh. Because people have made a lot of things that you want to like hold in your hands and not. I feel like this should be a toggle, right? Like you
So
should.
here's the thing though, what you want to do is you want equipment driven, and that's what we're talking about on our side is we want to be able to get in a car and drive it. And
Sure.
that's not here yet, but it's something we want to make happen. But, so for now, it's going to, we're going to have this, we need to know that object's been picked up. So setting that transparency on it will allow us to know someone's holding it, even if they're not walking around. So that way you might know if someone's being a griefer and they're just holding the objects to try and obstruct anything from happening in multiplayer.
Why can't you pick it up? Why can't you pick it up? It's so easy.
It's like, this game's broken. Rage quit.
Just like holding a toy above your little sibling's head, like just grab it. It's
exactly
right here. It's right here. Just grab it.
So I mean that's a possibility. But then you'll know it's being picked up, it's working as pickable.
Sure.
So yeah. I don't know. It's definitely, it's not going to align with what a lot of people want because they're going to want it to look normal. But now that I'm seeing, that it's like sort of transparent, I'm like, why can't I set some transparency, like set opacity for some different items now? Because I want to have some transparent voxels.
Right. Like why can't we make like windows?
Question, why can't I?
Why can't we make glass that's an object instead of a
I want to see that happen.
Instead of
cool.
Yeah.
Because I can't hide all my messes though.
If upon releasing the pickable is overlapping an avatar, the object will remain in the released position, waiting for avatars to move. This prevents trapping the avatars with kinematic objects, especially on multiplayer experiences. So you can't just drop a boulder on somebody's head and force them like into the ground. And Razul,
okay.
This is Becky Latoff, our head of education here at the Sandbox. I believe you met Becky, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
NFT NYC.
Yeah. We met so many people. It was so great. I'm hoping we do NFT NYC again. Maybe it would be cool if we did the big parties again, but I don't know that we're going to be able to do that every year. But I just want to hang out with people again. And not get COVID. Oh, Canada. So multiplayer. When an object is picked by the player, all other players will see the object being carried around. That's cool. When the actor is picked, it cannot be grabbed by another player until the first one releases it, and the actor becomes opaque again. So we're talking about collaborative experiences. Hey, it wasn't our fault you brought it with you. I don't know that. I didn't get sick until I was there for like 3 days. Who knows where it came from?
You brought it with you.
Huddle. Huddle's being mean to me.
How dare.
And I didn't blame Canada either. I just was like, oh, I was sad. I missed out on Canada. I spent 3 days in my hotel room.
You wanted to experience more of Canada, not less.
Yeah. So talking about collaborative experiences, you can like collectively build stairs, right? You can like solve platforming puzzles as a team. I'm thinking like some Portal 2 multiplayer stuff going on here with you've got to put an object in the right position so that way you can get to another area. Maybe you figure out a way to divide the players up into different sides where they have to collect multiple things. This is going to be cool. I like this.
See, this is where I was thinking, let's have a collective boss fight where there's no combat necessarily, but I pick up an object and maybe it's a, TNT or something, and I drop it over and it, causes the boss to lose some, you can have a system in the background where you can have it, kind of keep track of how much
Mhm.
damage has been caused, quote unquote, in your
Sure.
system, and then that could be the thing that leads to your boss getting destroyed, and that could even be used in the crowd event behavior, I would think. Like
Yeah.
if it's all about messages.
For a crowd event, instead of it being like collect all 100 voxelite to fill up a bar, it can be damage the boss all the way to fill up the bar.
So even though it's not there, we can make it happen, and
You
it's
can
not
also
going to hack where it's going to break the game. It could totally be built in naturally and work totally the way it's supposed to.
yeah, it's just like flipping the name of the feature. It's not changing how the feature functions.
I can't wait to see what people do with the crowd event behavior, though, because I mean, you can do emotes even. You can have like and do getting everyone to do a dance together, like whatever you want. It's gonna be such a blast.
Yeah, you can also have like columns above a boss. So if it requires like all the players to position TNT around all the columns, then you collapse you blow up the columns and the ceiling collapses on the boss. There's a lot of different things you can do with that. Let's see. A pickable can only be picked up by a single player at a time. A player can only pick up one object at a time. Plant. This behavior should maintain the same features and configs as it did in 0.7. Only difference is that new behaviors don't come with preset tags. Oh. Because we can set tags for anything on the map, and then also because we're getting rid of the spawning with defaults. So you have to spawn presets. I mean, you don't have to spawn presets necessarily, but they'll just be like newborn babies, right? There's no features on default spawns, but if you're doing presets, you can have tags on the presets. So if you want the plant to be gathered by a farmer, for example, you'll have to make sure that the tags are set up properly. Can you still set a farmer to collect the avatar and break the game entirely? I don't feel like wanting to find out, because then you have to restart the game maker. Single player. When the asset gets destroyed, it will disappear for the player, only for the player locally. Multiplayer, when the asset gets destroyed, it will disappear for all players in the experience. That makes sense. Platform.
And one thing I mention, because we're talking about plants, and we always use plant as a parent of other things so that we don't get that death animation, the explosion, So one thing you need to make sure, I don't know if you said early on, when you are doing anything in the hierarchy, keep it consistent with, is this local or is this like client only or synchronized? You don't want to have a parent that is one and then the other be a child object. Things won't work right.
Right. Yeah, we did go over that earlier. Okay. So yeah, make sure your single player plants only have single player children, and your multiplayer plants have multiplayer children.
Consistency is a big thing about this, and as long as you stick to that, like I think everything should be fine, and you'll occasionally run into something you weren't expecting, but most of the time you're going to have things run pretty smoothly.
Platform, yep, same as bird. Platform should be consistent for all players in the experience. They'll see the platform doing the same movement at the same time. So yeah, multiplayer platforming just got everything that it needed. Play sound functionality. The behavior should include the same features as 0.7. There are some new parameters related to message broadcasting. Broadcasting type should automatically be set to all. When a sound gets triggered in multiplayer, it will play for all the players that are able to hear it. We kind of already had that, like the bell ringing in Lululand's Christmas experience. Everybody could hear the bell going off, but maybe that was I think they probably went about triggering that a different way. They probably did the sense avatar and did not disable the from network. So now probably you can just tell it to send to all players instead of doing it a roundabout way. Can we expect one official tutorial about 0.8 in the future? I expect you can expect many tutorials about 0.8 in the future.
It's a lot of expecting.
Rarity VFX, no changes. Multiplayer version, all players will experience in the experience will be able to see the same rarity VFX as it happened in 0.7. So yeah, really no changes there. Replace assets, no changes. For multiplayer, the single player version, the actor replacement will be seen by each player individually. In multiplayer, the actor replacement will be seen by all players in the experience. Speaker component is unchanged, except some new parameters. There's the broadcasting type automatically set to all. In multiplayer, the single player version, messages sent in a multiplayer experience can only be listened by other single player behaviors. The single player version of this behavior, or component, I should say, in a multiplayer experience can only be listened to by other single player behaviors and will affect each player individually. If look at is enabled, it will look towards each player. So you'll see it looking to you. In multiplayer, the messages sent in a multiplayer experience can only be listened to by other multiplayer behaviors, and it will affect all players. If look at is enabled, it will look towards the closest player. So the difference here between this is when you play like an MMO and you talk to an NPC, oftentimes the NPC will turn towards you and start gesturing like they're talking to you. And so if you had that as a single player behavior type, as multiple players go to the same NPC to receive a quest or whatever, each player will see it turning to look at them individually. But if it's as a multiplayer behavior, it is just going to turn to look to whichever player standing closest to it. Toggle behavior should work the same as in 0.7. No changes to features or configurations, except single experiences. The toggle should allow pause and unpause for new and legacy behaviors. In multiplayer, all the players will see the behavior being paused and unpaused in a multiplayer experience, as well as the actor's animation. An important clarification is that it won't work with legacy behaviors on a multiplayer experience, only on single player experiences. All right, are you ready? You ready? We've been going for 2 hours now already. It's flying by.
Are we done with the warnings?
Yes, yeah. The warnings are all the warnings are done. Be careful. Like, we don't recommend opening 0.7 experiences to edit in 0.8 yet. There's compatibility things that are still being worked on. Make new stuff in 0.8, and in 0.8 you can play 0.7 experiences from the gallery. It should be fine.
You can share social experiences very quickly and test them in the gallery.
Yeah, make a new social hub. Like right now, just
so
make a new social hub.
Go do it.
2 more hours before Half Dorks. At this rate, I may be raiding Half Dork. Because I wanted to actually get in here and start showing you stuff as well. Because I've got 0.8 running behind us right now. We're reading all the things, right? Because this document is not available publicly yet. So I figure let's get as much of this information out as possible. So that way you can go into 0.8 knowing some things. Too late, I broke nowhere. No. All right. Well, you can now fix nowhere.
It'll be better than ever.
It'll be better than ever, and you could release it as a social hub.
Boom.
So there you
Level
go.
up.
New behaviors. Let's go.
Do it.
I'm so
Also,
excited.
giveaway form in the chat right now. FYI.
Yes.
That's why Lucas was asking if we were done with the warnings.
It was.
Because Lucas told me he had about 2 hours, and then he'd have to go probably. And he's itching to do the form. So.
Well, I probably got to get out of here in about 35 minutes, maybe a little less, but I will let you know when my time is up.
All right. New behaviors, animated decoration version 2. This one, oh my god, I'm so excited to use this one. I don't know if Becky probably knows what I'm thinking about. I don't know if Lucas knows what I'm thinking about. I know Half Dork knows what I'm thinking about. So, functionality. You can set a number of different animations that can be triggered to play at different moments based on condition, and with several customizable configurations allowed. Important fields: play condition, define the condition to trigger the animation. Interruptible defines if the current animation could be interrupted if another one is triggered while the current one is playing. If not, it will be stacked until it's allowed to play. Retrocompatibility: for old experiences with animated decorations, the behavior will automatically upgrade to the new version while keeping the same animations selected, as well as the loop policy. Multiplayer: the single player mode, the animations triggered by the behavior should be seen by each player individually. Different animations could be played for different players. Multiplayer: the animations triggered by the behavior should be seen by all the players in the experience. So the distinction here is in single player, this is again kind of like talking to an NPC. You could have an NPC like chatting with a player, and they will do all their gesturing, and then maybe asking a certain question will make them laugh in the next thing that they say. So you can change them to like a ha 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 animation, but it would only show for you interacting with that conversation. Other players will see that NPC in whatever mood is related to that conversation.
Scenes, you know? Like,
what was that?
I'm thinking cutscenes.
Oh, absolutely. Well,
Can't wait.
I just hold your horses because I've got more ideas. Because it's not even explained in this, and I want to show it when we actually get into the game editor. The animations triggered by the behaviors should be seen by all the players in an experience. This is more like your boss fight, right? You've got a boss with a whole bunch of different animations. You can trigger different animations that all the players on your team will see when you're doing that collaborative a crowd event, right? You're doing like a musical performance. You've got an animated character for your performing artist, and different songs are going, and at different points it'll trigger different dances, but all the players are seeing these things happen at the same time. So not only can you have different animations set with different conditions, but you can trigger messages to be sent when that animation starts and when that animation ends. So you can make a animated figure be like the child of a predator, and that would become your enemy fighter. So they come and attack you, and that there's no like, it's just like a logic asset, right? There's no animation going on there, but based on the proximity to the player, it will trigger certain attack animations. So you could have like some sort of spike machine that like a hedgehog enemy that comes and goes and puffer fishes you when you come too close, and after that animation plays, it triggers a damage message to go to the player. Or multi-part bosses. Just my brain is like boiling over thinking about how much you can do by being able to send messages at the beginning and the end of a specific animation playing. You can just have it trigger like different loops of things going on. I'm too excited about this one specifically because for so long we've had just the one animation that you could toggle on and off. And having this version 2 and being able to have just a big stack of all the different conditions animations will play at. No, Bjorn Lothbrok, there are no more numpads. No
What?
million numpads. No more numpads. No, we talked about this already.
Yeah, but we've talked about so much, and I'm not an expert on this.
Okay, so
Tauruses.
Tauruses. But we have something so much better. Now we
Let's
have
go
a
all the way
default
back to the top.
logic actor that you can put in the game that can have anything set up on it that you want, and you don't have to mess around with that. And it's easy to find in build mode.
Yeah, it's easy to
automatically
see.
does the show in play mode.
They stand out, and yes, no more numpads, just donuts, just logical
I freaking
donuts.
love donuts. I'm in.
And they add no polygons to your game while it's playing.
Scripting.
So
it's way more efficient.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a lot of performance boosts from this. Seriously, it's gonna be.
I've seen the logic that goes on behind the scenes on some of these things, and you've got like literally like 500 numpads going on underground, and each one of those, people don't realize each one of those is an animated asset. those numpads have multiple frames and extra like hidden models inside of them. So they're actually a lot more complicated for such a simple looking little thing. The electronics, they're not 6 faces each. Numpads are like they're at least 36 faces.
472.
No, they're at least 36 faces
know what I'm
because you can change the color on them, because it's swapping out different little models inside, like to make that button switch. It's 18 faces. Okay, that would make sense. If it's just 3 modes. Exactly, Day Electronics. People don't even know. They didn't even know. I tried explaining, I tried warning, but people weren't listening. This is why people started switching to tiles, right? Because they're a static object. They are exactly 6 faces, no additional frames, no additional nodes, much smaller footprint. Maybe not much smaller. I mean, the numpads weren't that bad, but the logic is like 0 footprint because it doesn't show up when you're actually playing. It's just not there. It's just a placeholder in the editor. Okay. So we got through our first new feature. Look at all these. It's a whole page. Audio streaming for multiplayer.
Now we need to say something first.
Sure.
Audio streaming and video streaming. Just, this first version, we are not letting everyone do that.
Yeah.
It's like permission. You have to have like this back office tool where you get special permission. And so right now, public use, it's not active for video and audio streaming because we're building a content regulation system. So that way we know that what you're putting in there, you actually have permission to use and that it's appropriate and all that stuff. Because and then once that is in place, whatever you have uploaded, to basically put that available, it's to you only. So that way there's not a ton of stuff that everyone can use wherever. And so that sort of also protects you if you've made your own content. You don't want others to use it. So patience with that. But yeah, they work really amazing.
All right.
It's going to add such a new layer of audio recordings if you want to have like voice acting in your experience, like any custom sound effects for things. Video, you could, I'm an educator, so I'm just like totally excited about teaching people things with video streaming. But you could do like flashbacks in the story. You could do, instructions on how to do something. And you could have like a cartoon going on your videos and entertain people. Advertisements, like if you want to rent space and experience and you're going to put that in the metaverse, it's all kinds of crazy stuff that we could do with this stuff.
So Pickaxe Master asks if there's a way to update the numpads to logic automatically. Now, maybe, I'm not sure if it works or not, and we could actually try it out. Becky, is replace working?
Is replace working?
Yeah, I know that we've been working on a way to replace assets. And I don't know if you've tried it out yet or not.
No, I'm not sure what you're...
All right. We'll try it out. Remind me when we get into the editor to see if I can replace assets and if I can replace with logic. I'm not sure, but we'll see. So you can set a variety of audios hosted by the Sandbox on a selection window. Admin users will be able to upload audios through the back office tool. If the audio is played, stopped, paused by any actor, it will affect all other actors that show the same audio. So this is for like your concert experience, right? You can have the music start and stop based on some quest or something. Well, not a quest because that's single player. You could have it start or stop based on player interactions with the crowd event. Multiplayer. All players in the experience will be able to hear the same audio playing in sync. Crowd events. Functionality. This new behavior allows to start an event-based sequence that can be used to create gameplay mechanics based on progression. It's mainly composed of goal, the amount of points to reach in order to win. Target defines who will be able to participate in the behavior. Reward, VFX that will play on top of the participants if the goal is reached. Point sources, immediate steps that allow to accumulate, intermediate steps that allows to accumulate points to reach the goal, each point source needs to define if it is triggered by a message or an emote made by a participant. So everybody dance. The amount of points it will provide, frequency, the time in seconds it allows adding points while the event is being triggered, and the duration. Multiplayer, all players in the experience should be able to participate in the behavior based on the selected criteria for participation. The rewards should be visible for all players as well.
I was thinking could be interesting with this is if you somehow divide your players earlier on in an experience somehow, and like maybe they pick a door and they get taken down.
Team A, Team B.
Yeah, and so they have different teams, and the areas have different collectible items or something, and so everyone in all of the areas has to work together collectively, and they can't just have like a power player who does everything for you. It'd be interesting to see.
It would be cool to say split teams or split players into 3 teams, and then if you start different behavior, different crowd events for each team, whichever team completes their goal first makes the other team's event cancel. I don't know if that's possible or not, but just have like battle royale it, right? And like filter down so that way.
Multiple ones for different teams though, because it is synced for the whole experience.
I thought it said it defines who will be able to participate in the behavior. So I thought that would mean like you could have multiple events running at the same time with different player groups, but I'm not sure. Something to experiment with. Y'all can test this out on your own because you got the tool now. Let me know. Somebody do it. Light functionality. Ooh. This new behavior allows to create lights in the scene, can be configured for both point lights or spotlights. Comes with a set of parameters to define how it should glow up the surroundings. I like that, glow up the surroundings. Supports preview display on edit mode. It's recommended to be used on logic entities. All players in the experience will be able to see the same lights with the same configuration behaving in the same way. It's great. I mean, we talked about this a little bit before. Just because we could see it on video. We talked about like what this all meant.
My favorite part of light is I can get a truly black room, completely dark, and there are so many potential ways to tell scary stories now, like just to freak people out with jump scares, because you will really have, like I've seen a few different versions, like people have created different types of games like this, and use some other new components and things with it too, and it's like it really creeps you out, some of these things that they're making. And I actually put it like I set a logic actor that's a light source as a child object to a torch, and I can pick it up, carry it around, and of course I can have that torch get detected, and it can turn on, can basically light something else and make something happen in the room, send messages. And it just, the way that the light that moves around in your pickable child object just lights up against the darkness. It looks so beautiful. I love how the colors kind of blend together. And what's cool about light is you can, pick exactly what color you want it to be. So that color affects the color of whatever objects and blocks are in the space too. You can do some interesting, like I'm sort of thinking, how can I do some challenges using light as a puzzle? And how can I hint players where to find an object with light? How can I make emissive objects look even more attractive and affect the environment around them?
I'll be right back. Becky, I would love you to talk more about possibilities with the light. I have to run for just like 1 minute, but I'll be right back.
Do your thing.
And if you want to answer any questions from the chat, I'll be right back.
Do you have any specific topics that you'd like to go over, Becky?
Yeah, we're just kind of talking as we go. As with, I guess, with light stuff, this is the thing, you're going to use logic actors so that way they're limited impact on the experience. But I noticed that I have to kind of try adding them to different areas, and they don't have, gems and catalysts applied to them. So they have a range and that's it. So you kind of have to, if you have a larger room, you're going to need to have to put more of them in the room and kind of test how they work. I put a couple of objects where I wanted to have some highlight below, and so they cast a shadow. You have to think about that too as you're setting things up, and that can also make things look really interesting. But
Very
um,
much so.
yeah, and so like one of the things that I noticed, you can make it extremely bright or extremely dark, but it just has limited range. So you have to make sure that it kind of covers in a large cavernous space, that you cover all those spaces. When I build with light though, I set it, there's a toggle where it could be triggered by a message. I believe that's what it, sorry, yeah, if it's on when you start automatically, or if it has to be triggered by a message, I leave them off. So that way, if I have like subtractive light that makes the room dark or super bright lights that make it bright, it's easy to edit. And then when I'm ready to test everything and see how it looks, then I'll toggle them all back on real quick. Like I just search for them in the hierarchy and just go through each one and make sure they're ready to go. It's just a workflow that makes it easier for editing.
Very
Dark rooms
nice.
are super duper fun though.
We do have a question from the chat that's kind of playing into what we're talking about right now. So from Arctic Mosaic over on Twitch, they ask, do existing ambient environments change, or can existing designs remain with these colors, for instance?
So when you're talking about ambience, are you talking about the, I'm looking for the question, which is that in
It's on
Twitch?
Twitch.
Okay. Do existing ambient environments change, or can existing designs remain with those colors? I'm trying to understand what the question is. Like when we talk about ambience, I think about the weather, because when you go into global parameters and you
Okay.
change, the weather, then and we're going to talk about that soon. Um, So nighttime, okay, weather. This is the thing about weather. And we'll get into it because it's weather switchers coming. Um, the light is really kind of separate from the weather. So you're not creating light with the weather. You can create shadows and there is light with the weather, but there's not like a source of light coming from the sun. You pick the time of day, and that really helps you. We'll get into that. But the light itself doesn't really change. It really affects the blocks and the assets, thinking about it that way. So you could have like a super duper bright light in a dark world, and you would still have that darkness. Like you would still feel like it's night, and then have something that's just really, really intense lighting wise. Or like a super dark space. You could have a totally black cone of light if you're using the spotlight in a bright world, middle of the day. So have fun with that. You can get really creative with that.
A lot of testing needs to happen now.
Yeah, it's easy to set up though, and you just have to kind of test things. You know, move things around, try and change that. There's, you can have a sharp edge on the light, or you could have really soft edges on it.
So next question, and this is more of a little off topic, but maybe it's just something that you know about personally. Is there any plans on the horizon for gravity changing? The specific question was, when gravity changing?
Yeah, seriously. I love physics. I studied it for 2 years in college before switching to education, and that's one of the
Same.
things I'd love to see in the sandbox is more accurate physics. I don't know that that's a priority for now because there's just so much functionality to add first. So yeah, I'd say hold off on that, be patient on that, because there's so much. And I think when you think about this, there's so much you can do that simulates motion without needing to actually have a really robust physics engine. So think about how we can use animations and, especially now that we can trigger animations different ways. Think about how you can kind of leverage that for maybe what you want to see.
Okay.
Also with platforms moving in multiplayer, um, you can have invisible platforms that'll push players around in different ways that will be synchronized across, so it'll be consistent. I had been thinking, now this is maybe a little moot because we have a slide now, which we'll be getting to in a little bit here. But the idea of having platforms that kind of like punch you up. I don't know. We used to be able to fling people up with a fast enough moving platform. I don't know if that'll still work. But you can at least push players like side to side. And I had thought of a way to make a like water slide with a series of, you know, those coin pusher games.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll have
make a coin pusher game so bad.
you want to make a coin pusher game so bad?
I do. I like every time that we have like Dave and Buster's nearby. Every time we even mention Dave and Buster's, we're like, let's go to the coin pusher machine and get some more Star Trek cards. We don't even like Star Trek so much that we want to collect them. We just want to win. We're addicted.
I don't even really like coin pushers, like as far as like playing them in real life. Like they don't. I like the arcade games and I like skee ball, like the kind of like skill based games. But somebody made a really good coin pusher. I don't remember who it was, but for the Care Bears jam, they made a coin pusher. Which the only problem was that it had so many physics objects that eventually it would like fill up. Yeah, like the CPU was trying to calculate too many things. But
imagine this, like imagine a coin pusher type of game where you really just have to hop over obstacles and get to a goal before you get knocked off. And there's a whole bunch of stuff coming at you. It's multiplayer, you know, so you're trying to sort of like, I guess it could be like capture the flag, where you have to get there first and collect something. Maybe and only one person can get it. So that's your multiplayer collectible component on that object. And you keep getting shoved maybe into a hole, and then you have to climb back up to be able to start over again. That could be pretty fun, right?
Like Sisyphus's like wild ride or something.
That sounds fun.
It sounds like a nightmare.
I like games that are really, really painful.
Oh, okay.
Difficult.
Okay.
So I you know, anything that's really, if the game isn't difficult for me, I just make up my own rules and play it harder.
Impressive.
Of course, Sam Zeus knows what I'm talking about. With Sisyphus. For those who don't,
I'm just grinding through Hades right now. So
for those who don't know, Sisyphus is the guy who had to push the boulder up a mountain, and it would always like roll down, and then he'd have to push more.
He had to push it up the mountain while he had crows like pecking at his body and like removing vital bits.
That's also, I don't remember. There's also somebody like chained to a rock who would like get their organs eaten every day, and like every day they would grow back.
Same guy, maybe?
I think that was Prometheus. Yeah, the King of Crypto said, I think that's Prometheus. I think that was Prometheus's punishment. So I remember the birds pecking at somebody from Prometheus. I didn't remember that part about Sisyphus, but yeah. So it's just it's mostly like the pushing the rock up a mountain and then having it roll back down. So yes, how dare he give us fire? Anyway, yeah, but I like that idea of there being, I'm wondering now I'm wondering if you could do this like with like the big coin that I made, but have it be with slide on the object. Like what if a physics object has slide on it? And now I'm wondering all sorts of things.
Slide.
That maybe
talk about video streaming and then pop down to it.
Yeah,
video
let's talk
streaming is pretty much the same
as audio.
As audio. Obviously, you know, it's just not open for everyone yet, but we'll get there. It's coming.
Do you know if we're planning on being able to link like YouTube and Twitch into streaming?
I'm not sure. I think it might just be remotely stored because that's what all the documentation I've seen so far has said.
Okay. I know some people are interested in being able to like stream Twitch into their Sandbox experience.
I think it's like kind of like we're seeing how and what's the best way if we could do something like that. Because a lot of people are interested, and I think there's a lot of use cases.
So the functionality of slide is it will force the avatar to slide. So we already know that running and tapping Z will cause you to do a short little slide, but you could have a forced slide. So this could be used for like that we saw in the video trailer for 0.8. We saw a slide game where it looked kind of like uh oh, what's that runner, that infinite runner game that everybody was playing with the jungle temple run? Is that what it's called? It's kind of like that, but you're being like forced down a slide, something like that, or you could have it as like a small trap where you just end up in an area you can't. Maybe you have to build a bridge over a slide so you can get past an area. But what I'm wondering is if we have slide on like a whole bunch of objects that are being pushed by a coin pusher, are you just gonna like trip all over the place? Like that might be too much. Let's make that today. That's what we're gonna do. That's right.
So slide is interesting.
I'm like committed now.
With slide, you've got, as it's a 3C control where you as a player can choose to run and slide.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're dashing, holding shift, then you press C and you drop to the ground and slide, and it's 1 second. Or you can have a multiplayer, component, the slide component on an object so that you automatically slide down it. Or if the object, I think, is like 35-degree angle, you'll automatically slide down it too. So there's 3 different ways it can happen.
35-degree angle.
I think it's 35.
So, because I know that we've made some stair sets with like a 45-degree angle that have a smooth surface, because at the time we didn't have stair stepping.
Yeah, we get to test out a lot of things then.
No sleep for Alex. It's the middle of the after. It's 4:30 for me, and I've only been up since 10 because I was streaming till 3 a.m., 4 a.m., something like that. I did a 6-hour stream last night. Let's go. I'm doing a 4-hour stream today because we're just gonna raid Halfdork when I'm done, and he's gonna go over this stuff even more. Let's do it. Let's make a sliding coin pusher game. See what happens. I'm ready. Timed events allows setting messages to be sent based on elapsed time since the behavior or the experience started running. We've waited so long for this because it's always been either messages send instantly, or you can make like a physical timer. You could build an egg timer out of a moving platform and have it be sensed when it got to the end of its path. And now it's just a feature. And this is what I've been talking about for a long time, that we've been building features from lesser things. We've been taking behaviors and combining them in ways to make new features. This is our emergent game design. And now we're seeing those things become just a feature on its own, which is making the system more efficient, more powerful, and it's going to be so much easier to create with this.
Keep in mind that we've had questions about it is not a visible timer, so it's like happening in the background.
Sure,
you're not going to see it.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean,
if you want to test it, then you can set up some logic where you can see some visible cues. So okay, it worked.
Pickaxe Master asks question: what is the longest possible timer? I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out.
Haven't pushed the limits yet. And then also, you haven't read yet, but there's sub events. So when you have an event that has a sub event, that's a relative time that sub event is going to happen, so that can create a whole lot of flexibility for different types of.
So it'll be really easy to make a visible timer with this, because you can just with the animated decoration, you can trigger all those things. Like you could have like stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4 in your timer animation, and trigger those animations to play based on these sub events. So however long they are, you could have a 10-second timer, or have a 60-second timer, and then have different minute sections, and then just every 60 seconds, like re-loop your 60-second animation and have a new minute show, or however you want it to work. You could have a some sort of timeline timer, rotational timer. You could have a sand, an hourglass. Like you could do all sorts of stuff with this. And I don't know. So having the speaker component show a message. There was a toggle that would make the speaker component display whether you were looking at the actor or not, and that never really worked right, because you could, when you'd look away, it would like scale weird and be like on a weird position on the screen, and I never got that to work quite right. But theoretically, you could have a character like start yelling at you with a speech bubble whenever the timer reaches a certain sub event. So I mean that's. So like Becky said, sub events, child sub events whose relative time is based on the parent. The messages can be
imagine the complex kind of logic that you can create, not even just making something visible in the world that shows you what time has passed, but the kinds of you could tell a story, use this to trigger things to happen, and that's how you could make, like, if you're going to do a cutscene, you can have things happening. You can have the cutscene end, and then you move into a new zone, and you play through what's the next part of the story. But I mean, this is a big deal. There's a whole lot, and because you have the sub events that are relative to the main event, and then you can have multiple events within this. There's a whole lot you can do.
Yeah. So Randexy asks, why not just have a visual timer? So the base function is actually less complicated than there being a visual timer, because a visual timer would force you to show on the screen some sort of countdown, and then we would have to add, like, okay, where on the screen does that show? It would be the same for everybody, or you would have options. That becomes a whole bunch of different presuppositions. This is just a timer functioning in the background as a timing event. So there's no visual output. It's just time from start to end with message send at the end. So what we're doing with making clocks or other things happen, asker or speaker, or I guess you could do quests. So there are single player timed things, so you could do quests also for single player. You can trigger all these different things the way you want them to be by having this time event, instead of being forced to whatever the default display is, or there being a certain number of displays. It would be cool if there was like an on-screen display at some point. I mean, we definitely could do that. We have that for quests already. You could even have that coincide with each other. You could start. The problem with timer quests in the past is that they only kind of worked one way, and you had to like complete the quest within the time limit or survive the time limit, and that was very limiting in what kind in how you could interact with that quest and have different pass or fail functions. So this generic timer just being available to send messages is way more powerful because it's more open in what it can do. So in multiplayer, the time tracking tool is local to each player. The message sent in a multiplayer experience can only be listened by other single player behaviors and will affect each player individually. Multiplayer, the time tracking is global for the whole experience. The messages sent in a multiplayer experience can only be listened by other multiplayer behaviors and will affect all players. So you could have, a player touch the forbidden treasure in the Cave of Wonders, and a timer starts counting down for all players to like escape the room before they get like dropped into oblivion or something. That'd be awesome. Just like all of a sudden everything starts destroying around you, being triggered by these sub events for the timer. I'm so pumped.
I keep thinking about like those like the puzzle rooms in all the movies where the spikes come out of the walls and all of a sudden the walls start closing in.
Yes, you could totally make was it Hypercube? Was that the name of the movie? It was like a horror movie where everybody's trapped, or was it just the cube or something like that? It was in a cube where like the rooms would shuffle. It is Hypercube, yeah. It's similar to Saw kind of. But like people were trapped in like a room and they had to go to like the next cube over, but there's always some sort of like deadly trap. And then the rooms would scramble and stuff. Like that, or just like other escape rooms. Just the ones that you go to in real life, where you have like a time limit on like figuring out the puzzles in the room.
I love escape rooms.
I've never been to one. I want to go to one.
Oh, I've been to so many. I've made it out of every single one I've gone into. The last one we went to,
punch through those.
I made it out with 4 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah, 4 seconds. I was pretty proud of myself on that one.
All right. VFX functionality. This new behavior allows placing one of the available VFXs for selection in the actor's position, can be turned on or off by message. This is so oversimplified.
This is huge. There's like over 100 of them, and they are so cool.
I know. It's like this is so unassuming, this little sentence here. It's not even, it is a paragraph, it's 2 sentences, but it's just like, oh yeah, there's just like a little VFX, just a little sprinkle for flavor. You can have it as a treat.
No big deal.
It's huge. It's freaking huge. And some of them are so cool. I've only seen okay, all of them are so cool.
So offended.
I didn't even make them. I'm just like, I am so
I've only
impressed
seen
with
some.
the team that made these.
I've only seen some of them, and all the ones I've seen are so cool. I've seen like less than 5, and I'm so enamored with them. And
I've seen a video made by the level designers, and it basically walks through as they trigger all of them, and I'm just like, oh, this is cool.
It's like a fireworks show. It's just
great.
like, but better because it's cooler.
It's gonna take us a lot of work just to document all of them.
Yeah, and they all have different like variable features that change the way they look.
So much just in this one tiny behavior.
Randuxy, will there ever be a sprite type particle effect? There probably already is. We just haven't looked at it yet. There are so many VFX available right now.
All of the things.
Like I've seen Half Dork making like a torch of fire that was just it wasn't voxel fire. It looked like voxel fire, but it wasn't a voxel model. It was just flames erupting, right? That's and he made it rainbow. Like it's just there's so many things. Torch. Yeah, there's just so many things. We're gonna look at them. We've got an hour and a half left before Half Dork stream, and he's gonna be looking at them. And Saturdays are back, y'all. We're not playing games on Saturdays anymore. We're learning stuff on Saturdays. That's what it's all about.
There's a lot to learn. So
did Lucas freeze? Or no, he's just moving very slowly.
No, I might be. I
was like, slowly. I didn't click on anything. It wasn't me.
No, I'm good. Wait, I might be frozen actually.
No, you're not.
I don't know. Okay, there we go.
Do we have VFX that are not voxels? Yes, there are VFXs that are not voxels. Like you can still make voxel VFX, and there's nothing wrong with that. You can still make voxel fireworks and sell it as an NFT, and there's lots of cool stuff that you can do with them. There are voxel VFX that I definitely am glad that I have, and you can have very fine-tuned control over exactly how that animation plays. And now with the new animated behaviors, you can really make that, like I've got that laser show that there's only like 10 of those minted. I'm so glad that I got one. The laser show voxels. Now I can trigger them in a series so that way they'll change up what the laser show is. And I didn't have that ability before. So I'm just like, oh, I'm so pumped. But the VFX is like a whole new ball game with everything else. No news about gems or catalysts right now. Not at all. I've got no news on that.
None.
Like literally, in the past week, I haven't had any conversations about it, so I've got nothing. Weather switcher functionality. The new clouds look so cool. This new behavior allows configuration of weather for the scene, skybox, colors, clouds, etc. can be enabled through messages, supports preview display on edit mode. It's recommendable to use on logic entities. Multiplayer applies the weather configuration to all players in the experience. So, yeah, this combined with the timer, you can set up day-night cycles. You can set up like, you could like complete a quest and then be like, okay, go have a good rest, and then have like night come. Like you could set it up for your story. Like this is insane.
You could enter a graveyard and all of a sudden it gets spooky and you can't see anything, or
Right.
go into a dark forest or something and the whole environment around you changes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wonderful.
I know.
And it's
I'm
like
so pumped.
this is like a big deal. It is ridiculously customizable. And you can even make an experience where someone made an experience where you can change the color of light so that they changed it all red, and then the background was all bright yellow, and so it was like this two-tone game. So
there's like a 1 second snippet of that in the trailer.
Yeah,
for
that's why I was
0.8.
referring to it. You can.
It looks
see,
like the Lion King, like the poster for the Lion King. Yeah. That's under post processing though, isn't it? Or did
What's
they do that that two-tone look, or was that
No, I don't
that was
think
under the
so.
weather?
I haven't tried to see. I haven't tried to replicate it, but
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. Like I've changed the lighting in a game so that I changed the light to black, and all of the objects and the avatar were silhouetted. All the blocks were black, unless they had emissive light, which also creates an interesting kind of thing to test out. Because if you change the light color, it changes the colors of everything in the experience. So you can have fun.
Two things real quick. One, we have a question from Jazz Wolf, and she says, animated equipment doesn't display as animated for me. Will that be fixed? There have been a couple of people that have addressed the whole animated equipment topic, and so we'll answer that in a second. The next item, I got that winner for us, Alex, if you want me to announce it.
Sure. Yeah, it was a quick change of topic there. Yes. Who's our winner of our Wizzy the Purple's enhanced hat?
Over on Twitch TV, our winner is Metaverse Genius. Congratulations, you have won Wizzy's purple hat.
Congratulations. So animated equipment, if that doesn't get fixed, I will personally fly to Argentina or France or wherever I have to and start karate chopping people.
Wow.
It's very necessary
Impressive.
that is working again, because there's a whole bunch of NFTs that have been sold based on that. And it's a feature that we have had this whole time, so there's no reason for us to not have it. It's probably just a specific bug because of something else changing. So yeah, we'll get that fixed, or else karate chop.
Question regarding the weather. Can there be different weather in different sections of a 1x1?
So
Weather is like the lighting and the smoke and the clouds. And
Gotcha.
if you're in a 1x1 and you want to have multiple types of weather in different parts of the game, you can just switch it and it affects globally, but you can have it like triggered if you enter a zone, and maybe you enter a building and you want it to look like it's nighttime, and then you come out again and you can have it switch to day. You can even have it slowly cycle. There's this section on messages with arguments might be out of date, so I want to answer on that about weather in a second.
Well, so I think specifically what needs to be pointed out is that Weather Switcher is a multiplayer feature, and it will affect all players in the experience. It says it right there.
Mhm.
So if you go into a graveyard and it gets spooky for everybody.
Mhm. So I've seen a demo game that someone made in level design, and if you went inside this cavernous area, it's like all dark. But if you were behind them and you're still stuck trying to get across the platforms, then it gets dark for you and you're stuck. So you have to think ahead when you're planning your logic, so that if you're going to have something like that happen, that you understand it is global.
You could probably through the other multiplayer features, you could probably have people check in. Now, I don't think from what I've read, there's not a way to like count how many players are in the experience. So if you have a multiplayer experience going, it's people could pop in at any moment and like not be at the part where you're at. So weather changing like that could be problematic if, you know, you've been in an experience for 20 minutes and somebody else pops in and then they're like, oh, what's going on? So that's just something to consider. I'm based on the way that this works and like the things that level designers are trying to do, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some sort of single player implementation of this where it affects people more locally than globally, but we'll have to see how that develops.
Alex,
what's up?
On that note, my time has been reached.
Thank you so much, Lucas. Thank you for hanging out. We will see you.
I'm just happy that Becky's going to be here with you while I'm gone.
Well, Becky can leave whenever she wants to, but thank you, Lucas. We'll see you on Wednesday.
See you guys then. Bye.
So somebody asked, so we can't have weather in single player? No, that's not the case. You can have it in single player. It's just a multiplayer behavior. So as we mentioned before, all the multiplayer behaviors still work in single player. They behave differently. There's a distinction between single player and multiplayer behaviors in the way that they function and their ability to talk to single player or multiplayer behaviors. So if it has a single player label, it can only talk to other single player behaviors. If it has a multiplayer label, it can only talk to other multiplayer behaviors. So you can have a multiplayer behavior function in both single player and multiplayer, but it won't be able to talk to single player behaviors in a single player game. If I've got that correctly.
Something we're just going to have to test. When I think about the multiplayer ones, I think it's multiplayer compatible, and we have to see how does that work in single player. We're still really exploring thoroughly, and I think one of the challenges for us is with education, where we need to let everybody kind of know how it works. We are getting like the version after the devs make it, after they give it to level design to kind of try different things, and then we get it and we get to see some of that. But we're sort of having to explore it ourselves too once we've got something more stable. So now we have this public version we've been testing for a while. So we're going to kind of work through things ourselves. We'll probably keep updating our documentation once we get it all published. But we literally were like, okay, some of it's ready, but we still want to go over and make sure things are right. And we haven't had this in our hands to test what you have in your hands exactly. Like the gallery feature, we heard about it at the last minute, and huzzah, we're so excited that we still have to write it up, you know? So.
Yeah, last I saw the documentation for how this filter and search should work was the last email that I saw about this. It was like, this is what we think it should do. And then, and that was just a couple weeks ago. So, and now it's here. So, woo!
And so we're like, we need to test this and you know, make sure people know how to use it. So we have to go back and just look over everything now that we have this, make sure it's accurate so that what we tell you matches up with reality with this version. Because the one we've been on, you know, they improved it. They made sure that it, you know, they made it more stability, focus on the improvements, and then they added the gallery thing. So we're going to test out those stability improvements and make sure what we wrote is consistent with this version you have.
Post-processing, kind of similar to weather. It allows you to apply full screen post-processing effects. You saw this in the trailer when it looked like somebody got sucked into the TV and then everything became like warped. It's recommendable to use on logic entities and multiplayer. It applies the post-processing configuration to all players in the experience. So I think that means if one person picks up Snoop Dogg's bong, everybody picks up Snoop Dogg's bong. At least that's what I gather from this line. Actor property switcher. Functionality allows changing properties like visibility and collision on actors. Again, another like so excited for this one. usage is similar to a message broadcaster. In multiplayer, the changes applied by the behavior will be synchronized to all players. So you can have an object that when the game starts is like, I don't know, like a big rock that's just like in place. And then through what you do in the game, then physics gets turned on. So now, like, you took the idol and now the ball is rolling down to crush everybody or what have you.
But this is a big deal because originally the version that I saw where this was being tested, the first version I got, it was a message, like a special message to turn visibility or collisions to toggle them.
Mhm.
And now it's actually a behavior. And what's cool about this is you can set it to send to certain tags. So you can have it easily remove multiple things from visibility and collision on the scene as long as it's within range. So there's a lot that you could do with this that uses scripting instead of killing objects with health components the way we used to make it look like maybe a scene changed and we're reusing the physical space. I feel like this is going to open up opportunities to like so many games will reuse the physical world, and I want to see people kind of explore this and how you could like tell longer stories or make your space reusable through kind of making things disappear and
Right.
not be physically interactable anymore.
Yeah, you could. So I don't know how it would. I don't know how easy it would be to do with like NPC entities and stuff. Because you would have to do more to switch, like whether, like you'd have to toggle all the behaviors off and stuff.
Yeah, yes, I'm talking about like buildings and
Right.
environmental.
So if you wanted to do a game for The Walking Dead, you could have pre-apocalypse, everything looks normal, and then post-apocalypse, you like just switch the visibility. So like all the buildings become ruined, and a few things would switch, collision based on what you want. But you could have that as a scene transition, right? Like you could have the weather.
You could do like a time travel story, or you could do
Yeah.
like a
Somebody did
flashback
one.
where you're reusing the scene and you're actually in the scene doing something in the past, and then you come to the future, things are a little different. Like maybe you can have Back to the Future kind of, like you change the future and then you have to go back and fix something, because it's messed up. I mean, you never know.
Yeah, and you would just have to have
Reuse
like past, present, and future tags on everything. So you just toggle visibility between the scenes. Yeah, lots of stuff possibility there. Messages with arguments. So for those who are not familiar with coding, in coding you'll have a function which might be like if or then, and it the coding in the game maker is so different. It's hard to like make comparisons to what's in the game maker, but basically arguments are like little, they're not variables, but they're little things that change the way your function works. They're the like the rules that you define for the function. So upon selecting a message to send from a behavior, you'll see there's a new set of special messages that could be used for gameplay mechanics. These messages appear in yellow and allow the customization of parameters to produce a desired outcome on the targeted actors during gameplay. I didn't even know this was a thing. I didn't know that this was coming, so this is new to me. Audio play, send to actors with the audio streaming behavior, allowed to start, resume playing the audio with a fade in duration. Audio pause, send to actors with the audio streaming behavior, allows to pause playing the audio with fade out duration. Okay, so
nice polish, all of these.
Yeah.
If you're thinking about it, it's like fading in audio and fading it out, not just harsh start go.
Yeah.
Same
and
thing
you can
with
define the duration. So your argument is the duration here. So you could have it be 0 and it'll be a hard off. You can have it be 2 seconds and it will gradually fade out. Light color allows you to change the color of the targeted lights in the scene with a fade duration. It's nice we get a little thumbnail of it. Weather fade.
And that's in seconds.
Yeah. Fade time in seconds. So do you know if we could do decimals?
I'm not sure about decimals. I haven't checked that.
Okay.
Weather fade is like you could have a day-night cycle that is more realistic, like it takes a long time, or you could have it switch really, really fast to be comical, like a sort of transition between something happening in the story, or you could have it sort of like some games will make it by a certain real world amount of time passing is a day-night cycle, so you could do whatever you want.
Same post process fade works the same as weather fade. Allows transition time between the post processing.
So any effects that you have set on the camera, if you want to shift that slowly, gradually, you can make it feel like you're maybe being affected by something weird in the room. If you're, or maybe you are, maybe my family's peeking in to see if I'm still here. So, okay. This is so funny. So, yeah, anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, you can have it slowly blend so that the effect isn't like immediate, but that it just really, really slowly transitions in. And that way, like one thing I was doing like is a vintage setting, which was pretty cool. So I was thinking about using that for maybe when you're telling something that happened in the past as part of your story or whatever. Um, it's also customizable, so you could do whatever you want with that. I mean, it's going to be a lot of testing all of these customizable settings, and this messaging with arguments allowing you to decide how long the fade time for the lighting, the weather, and the post processing. It's going to be so fun to just get it exactly right the way that you want it to feel.
Somebody asked about, there's 4 values for the colors, and that's probably RGB alpha, meaning red, green, blue, which you are probably familiar with from working in VoxEdit. But alpha would be the level of transparency from fully clear to fully opaque. When we're going to jump into the Game Maker after this. This is just an extra long stream today because there's just so much to go through. But we're going to jump into the Game Maker and we'll be able to experiment with those things. We're almost done here. We can see the last 3 things. UI revamp.
I'm probably going to have to go after we go through this section, but I just wanted to be around if in case we had any questions and maybe I know the answers to.
I definitely appreciate it. You've been very, very helpful. Go follow Steam Cultivator on Twitter because that's Becky, and
that's me.
she's got the knowledge. Menu framework implemented a scalable interface for players to navigate through all screens available in the game, map, inventory, NFT scan, among others. This framework is used as the base for all new UI UX created and improved. That means we can resize our menus, I'm guessing. Main menu, new UI and UX. For main menu, users can go back and forth from the menu to main menu screen. Some key bindings were added for accessing the main menu from the HUD and the menu. Can we do that right now? Can we go back to the main menu from here? I don't see that. I see the quick game.
So I think some of the notes are going to show what you might see in the game client, which they're still developing for the 0.8 version. So some of that we had to kind of realize, oh, that's not necessarily. So I'm not sure. Like the inventory, you'll see that. You'll see it's changed.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. I'm trying to see what else. I'm pulling up my notes at the same time.
Well, we've also got a new inventory window, which has been designed and implemented. Some people in the chat mentioned it. There's a new slot-based approach, as in classic RPGs. Inventory and character sheet displayed in the same screen. Character sheet displays the avatar stats based on its current equipped items, with the possibility to change the equipment while in game. I believe there's also filters, so you can like look at all your headgear, but that might be coming later. We'll have to see if it's in there right now. User information. A new UI section has been added to display your current user information, name, sand, and experience. It is currently available in the inventory screen. Minimap. And so the fact that it shows sand, I think, is like looking forwards to us doing on-chain transactions in game. It's
I'm
not.
excited to see that.
Yeah, it's not there yet, but we're working towards it.
It's like a hint. There's
Yeah.
something new.
Like, why
You
else
can
would you need to see your sand while you're
When
playing?
I wasn't working at the Sandbox and I would see these updates coming, I would be like, what does that mean? I get so excited about it. And I kind of think the same thing. Like it slowly, there's just so much being added here. And I
Mhm.
can't wait to see what the final version, but it feels like it's just going to continuously be getting better.
It's only been slow because we haven't been able to say it publicly for a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, I know. Well, and that's the thing.
But it's actually pretty
what I mean
fast.
is I've been here since like 2020, but just not officially working at the Sandbox, just
Mhm.
doing things in the community for learning. And I just, for me, it has to be slow because it's such a large systematic kind of project.
Mhm.
And with so many moving pieces and experts in their fields coming together to make it what it is, it takes time, and it should, to make sure that it's done right. And I've been so impressed, and that's why I work here. So I love it. It's not too slow to me. I think it's just as fast as it needs to be.
I mean, like 3/4 of this stuff I didn't even know were going to be in this update. So it's just,
I know.
it's very fast to me.
And it's funny because even after we heard initially what was coming, there was still more that wasn't, shared yet. And then we started to learn about it, and then we got to test it, and it was just like, oh my gosh, this is going to be the most amazing update. And if this is going to be a huge change, and obviously this is a transitional thing, and when we get 0.9, we're going to have experiences converted over automatically through iterations of 0.8 that are more stable, that automatically do that for you. So it should be easy. You don't have to rebuild everything, but just hold off on this one, obviously, because this is the first
we're
one.
not there yet. Don't touch your 0.7 stuff.
They've tested it and they built it so that it should work well, but we don't want you to lose your work. So, that's why we say don't do that yet. Just experiment with new stuff. But if it's this great with this one thing, we've been waiting for so many things, and then there were so many surprises. I cannot wait to see maybe a year and a half from now what the Sandbox looks like.
The next game jam is going to be insane.
I know.
Because every single game jam before, there's been usually like at least 2 or 3 games where somebody did something where I was like, whoa, I didn't know you could do that. And then I can guess, and I'm like, oh yeah, you probably did this and then this, and yeah, that would be the way it worked. And now with all of these features, I'm just gonna be like, you can do whatever you want because like all the tools are there to do basically anything. So I'm gonna be. It's gonna take a little while for me to catch up with the things people are gonna figure out for the next game jam. It's gonna be wild. To the amount of stuff that we're going to see, and the amount of variety, even just that like weather, VFX, and lighting, and the animated decoration, the amount of variety that those things alone can provide to the way a player experiences a game. You're going to be able to like do so much stuff behind the scenes that is going to be surprising, which I can't wait. Minimap. Added a minimap to the in-game HUD. It displays information about the current experience and the player position orientation. It also shows the other experiences that are close in the metaverse. So that's cool. I wonder if we're going to bring back edge traveling, because I think that went away in the game client. You couldn't walk to the edge of an experience and then use that to go to the next map over. Although you could still use northwest, east, south in the chat to do that. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Victory screen improved our completion screen flow along with a full-fledged UI UX redesign. Multiplayer inventory extended the inventory system to support some multiplayer features. The players are allowed to equip cosmetic items in multiplayer experiences. The items equipped will be displayed to all other players and work experience-wise. They are not carried from one experience to another. Do you know if that means that players can pick up equipment in-game in multiplayer?
Well, if it's collectible, I would think so.
I would think so too. So you can basically make dressing rooms. If this works as I expect it to, you could make a dressing room in your experience and let all the players like build an army or whatever with matching uniforms.
I mean, or I was thinking, You could do a fashion show with all the avatars putting on
Yeah.
equipment.
Yeah.
Like, why not? I don't even love fashion like so much that this is the kind of experience I would build. But I'm saying, you can do a lot, and you can't have combat yet, obviously, but it's coming. But for now, you can still, you could still have it. So maybe you want to make a shop and you want people to be able to pick up the item, and you have the NFT image information available so that they can see it and pull it up in the marketplace. And so they could try it on before they buy it through the game. I want to test it.
So some known issues. This is actually kind of a long list, but we're gonna read through them real quick and just
But here's
maybe
the
this
thing.
will.
This is from before, so I'm not sure
Oh,
if this
maybe we
version
should
was
skip
cleared
this
up.
one.
I'm not sure if these are things that have been cleared up or not. I haven't seen like an update of what comes with this particular version.
Maybe I feel like we should read through it because it may answer some questions in the chat. But take this with a grain of salt that this could have been fixed in the past week and may not apply to the current build. So still try what you want to try, but just know that it may be a known issue. So don't be like reporting bugs if you see it from this known issues list. So I'm just going to read them real quick. VFX issues, auto start toggle is not working properly and has some related issues. And these are also kind of vague sometimes. Weather fade, sky middle and sky bottom colors visible through blocks and asset. Post-processing effects have an impact on speaker dialog boxes. That could be a problem. User cannot exit, quit to desktop prompt and is forced to quit. Lunge attack stun duration is approximately 2 seconds, regardless of charge duration. Platform refactor avatar auto jumps when legacy and new platform goes up or down. Basic platforms don't collide properly with the avatar. Hierarchy unparent undo is not working. Avatar has 950 HP in the life bar. Water sound effects is sometimes triggered randomly when using crouch, crawl, or slide. The player must only be able to jump in the same direction of the slide. So like you slide down, you can only jump forwards, you can't jump to the side. Somebody did ask if you could control your direction while sliding, and that was shown in the trailer, doing left and right sliding to try to get items while sliding. The avatar gets stuck in the water after colliding with a solid block. Climbing, the avatar does not attach correctly to climbable assets. New or added assets are not refreshed in the library in real time. New basic platform, the platform will go through the avatar and it will mount it or go underground instead of being moved aside. Post FX, motion blur is applied on character movement. Basic platform stutters when being stopped with toggle behavior. Replace asset settings have no restrictions over behaviors, components, or physics. New replace asset behavior, asset error when the asset is replaced. When the asset it replaces has new pickable component with collision plus gravity, the asset flies out. That could be fun. New asset spawner behavior, asset error when the asset to spawn is set to bird behavior and collision plus gravity, the asset trembles. I think it did that before too. All right. So these may or may not still be issues, just some things to be aware of.
I'm looking through that, and I've already seen some of those not be a problem, so I know that's not up to date. And some of those are kind of like the things that you come across in your earlier, experimental versions. So
Right.
I think it should be definitely taken with like a few grains of salt, just one. So you can easily see, for example, like your health bar is 100 of 100, like it's supposed to be. It's not 950. So that must have been like a small thing. The thing I mentioned earlier on with the previous test version, not this version, because I haven't tested everything yet thoroughly. But if I put a curio, which is for everyone in a multiplayer gets that one time, versus a multiplayer collectible component where only one player gets to collect the thing in a multiplayer game, and then a single player collectible component where only one player gets it in a single player game, and it's all in one experience, and I'm testing. it actually moved all those objects to 000 after I saved it, and it didn't show me that. It saved my thumbnail. I had already sent it to the gallery to test it. And when I loaded it in the gallery, I noticed, hey, my objects are missing. What happened here? So you can't have these conflicts because it will, cause issues, and you just have to test it. I noticed also the animations. You get this kind of neat blurry effect on the surface. I love it. Some of the blocks look different though, so you have to test them out.
Yeah. So waterfalls work now. The water actually flows.
Looks really good.
So water flows down and ripples on the top.
So no more need to try and animate that stuff somehow.
Yeah.
I've seen people try and do that.
Right.
So I'm gonna have to go actually.
Oh
it's about dinner
no.
time here,
Okay.
So, but it was fun. I love joining. Thanks for letting me.
Thank you for all the help. It's great. You're welcome back anytime. Like I said before, make sure you go follow Steam Cultivator on Twitter. That's Becky. Thank you so much, Becky. We will maybe see you around some other time.
Nice to see everyone in the chat. Yeah, I'll be around, and I will be testing furiously. We're going to be working a lot with agencies and studios to help them adjust and adapt to 0.8 and share their best practices that we're going to develop, because this is going to change the way we do a lot of logic and storytelling and art. So I'm really looking forward to it, and whatever we learn, we're really excited to share that with the community too.
All right. Well, have a good dinner, and we'll see you around.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Bye. All right. I'm going to jump back into my open call with the other Sandbox streamers. If Panda or Joe or Conrad or anybody wants to pop in, they're welcome to hang out and help me with the chat. Otherwise, I'm just going to be making stuff, and I'm going to try to keep on an eye on the chat here, but I'm going to be so engrossed in this, it's going to be hard to watch the chat, but we'll try to answer any questions that I spot here. All right. So let's see. Are global parameters unlocked? What do you mean? Are you talking about like the controller stuff? That stuff's still locked. Well, actually, these get unlocked if you select a different avatar. So if you select a custom avatar, you can set the properties on these. That's been the case since I think 0.6 at least. All right, so we're gonna make something here. Trying to make sure I don't leave any air gaps. Not too hard. And just look how like there's a sun and it's glowy, and just the colors are so much richer. And look at, oh, the shading is so much better. Because we used to get that weird kind of grainy shadow on everything. Do you remember the way we'd look at below my neck here? I'm as zoomed as I can be, but you can see that my neck and on the orange part of my shirt, it is casting shadows. Rip the thousands of hours Touche spent on filling in water. I know. So like the shadow is, I am self-shadowing. That's what that's called. Like, look at my shirt. As the sword goes over it, I do cast a shadow on myself, but it doesn't have that weird like graininess that it had before. So everything is so much more vibrant. It's so much more colorful, and like just looks so much better. I gotta turn up the sound effects. How do you go down? Control? Can I go down? Oh. Oh, I left an air pocket. Oops. Wait, did I? I'm not sure what happened there. I think I got confused. We're gonna erase a little bit. And maybe this will help. Huh. Okay. I think the way I filled in the water maybe got confused, but still works. I apparently don't have to worry about oxygen though. So if you want to toggle the swimming off, so oh, and you just pop right out too. You don't even have like an awkward climb. You just boop. Super sweet. How do you what's the slide again? So yeah, it was in global parameters. Ooh, whoa. I accidentally hit escape. Exit play mode, resume options. Tab will still send you back. Slide was C? For some reason I thought it was oh, okay. For some reason I thought it was Z. Z is store. That's what it was. Got inventory. So I get so much info now. Look at all this. This backpack button, I'm not sure what that counts towards. We can see sand and EP. Oh, it's so beautiful. Auto run is the backslash that's under backspace. Well, it seems the animated assets working there. Ooh. Ooh. So they reduced. Oh no. Okay. Oh, because I had it shelved. So that's working. So because they reduced the brightness of emissive objects, so the undying hat is a little more orangey gold now. It's still definitely glowing, but not as bright. I'm intrigued. But that's because of the rendering settings. So yeah, it's Z to put away and C to slide. Can you jump cancel a slide? You can. So you can be running slide jump. You can cancel a slide by jumping. That's cool. You can't cancel with a roll. It still makes the roll sound effect though. So at a full run, a slide will send you from ooh, it looks like about 10 blocks or so. Ooh. Oh. So interesting. You can't aim the power attack anymore. So the power attack, now this has been a change that we've wanted for a while. All right, that's kind of weird. So the power attack, we wanted it to be less spammy, to just be like a ranged attack. We wanted that to pull you forward. So if I like attack this block here, see, it takes me all the way up to it. So instead of just being able to ranged spam a boss, it actually pulls you into the fight and makes it a little more interesting. We're gonna have to see how jumping works. That's interesting. You do little swim throughs. Can you swim up a waterfall? Okay, you can swim up waterfalls. I would probably, if I was gonna make a waterfall, if I was going to make a waterfall, I would probably make moving platforms that keep coming down to push the player down. More disappointed than intrigued by the glow. It's not disappointment. It's something that needed to change. It's just like as an artist, we made decisions. We intentionally made the glow less vibrant because it would be too bright in the game. And now that the game actually kind of works the way it's supposed to, the glow is not as bright as it was made to be. Right? So like we intentionally worked with the limitations. And so I'm happy that the glow is more reasonable. That gives us a lot more dynamic range. It's just it's now it affects the way the design was made. So I have to compare like how different it makes this to other things. Actually, it makes me wonder if I do see like the glow of the purple on the hat here is a lot dimmer than the skin around it. Right. We can make a fish reproduction game. It's usually called spawning. Yes. Let's see. Blocking. Yeah, you have to spam jump. And it'll let you go up the waterfall. So if it's a thicker waterfall, I probably don't even have to do that. Because the game doesn't really know this is a waterfall. It just thinks it's a body of water that I can swim up. But what I would do for something like this is I would put a moving platform and set it to move down. Oh, wrong one. Move down like that and have it get killed when it gets down here and have it respawn up here. So it just keeps on pushing down. And that way a player could try swimming up, but they'll always end up getting pushed down. And if you made it like a comb, like if you had it be several assets all kind of stacked, then you could make it move pretty consistently. Yeah, I like the new glow range. I want to make that clear. Like, I think it's an improvement. It just means that old assets that were designed with the old glow range in mind they look different than what they were. So it's kind of like a weird, it's a thing that was very much needed for a long time, and I'm glad that we have it, It just affects stuff. So then to turn off swim, swimming enabled. So it's kind of hidden. So you go to controller, behavior, and then you have to scroll down here and you can turn off swim. It's just because you can't because you have to scroll there. But it still makes the swimming noises. And I don't think I can get out of here now. Oh no, I'm trapped. Can you slide against the physics? Can you slide underwater? I don't think you can run underwater. Yeah, you can't move fast enough to start a slide. Swim does work on already built stuff. You just have to toggle it on. That was, I would, if you missed any part of this episode, I know that we're going on for over 3 hours now. I would recommend rewatching it because we did cover all this stuff. So you have to turn swim on if you are opening up a previous made thing. But we don't recommend opening previously made things because it could break your game irreparably. So the big caveat, don't open 0.7 stuff in 0.8 unless you're okay with the idea of losing it all. Because it might work fine, but it's not guaranteed. It would be nice to be able to toggle off swimming for specific blocks, but we don't have that right now. Do you still swim in little pools? I think the water has to be over 2 blocks deep. Yeah. So you could make you can make pools like this. They actually don't slow you down as much as I would think. You can't run though. Like, I mean, you can run, it's just not as fast. And then, yes, for flying, you would just do a water block. You'd make your own water block that's like fully transparent and just fill your map up with it. All right. What else do we need to look at? There's so much. We're just looking at the 3C stuff, like so we can see the map. Oh, cool. There's a difference. You can see that on the mini map there's a difference between the direction the player is facing and the direction the camera is facing. So it actually shows your view angle, and then you're pointed in different ways. And eventually we plan on being able to put the game icon on this. So if you publish to the map, it'll show your game on the mini map. And at some point you could probably make that a map of your game, maybe. It shows total possible ethos points as well as how many ethos points you've collected. That is really nice to have. I think that's a single player versus multiplayer icon and a map position icon indicating where on the metaverse map it is. What else we got? Anything in inventory here? So there's no quick unequip. That's kind of weird. How do you... Apparently you can't unequip. Huh. Oh, E. E to unequip. But you can't unequip a sword, I guess. Oh, unassign? Oh, I see. Okay. It is weird. So yeah, there's tooltips. They're actually behind me. So when you select on these things, you can unassign. Oh, they disabled drop. You can't drop wallet items anymore. That was something that we had talked about. That does specifically break. I'm sorry, not Jackie Chan. This does break your idea for NFT stuff, but we, like I said before, we do plan on adding these features into the game maker itself for proper NFT gating. But yeah, you can't drop those anymore. You can only drop local items. Drop is still on the controls list because you can still drop stuff. You just can't drop NFT items. It's actually not dropping. I don't know. Maybe you can only drop things that you pick up in-game. You just tried to drop a pick-upable item and no luck. Okay, so drop is not working apparently at all. And then it's equip and unequip. That's kind of weird that the controls change across those. It's a little strange. And then we've got quest items. I find it funny that the filter is still there for quest items because you can't have wallet quest items. Weapon animations are working fine for me right now. I don't know. Oh, it looks so good. It's so awesome. It's so nice. All right, let's start changing our weather here. Let's do overcast is it's a lot brighter than I thought it would be for overcast. That's like, this is the kind of overcast that gives me a headache in real life. Do we? There's God rays. What the heck? Did you see that cloud pass in front of the moon? There's God rays. Look at it. Look at that cloud. It's kind of tiny, but it's there. Oh, you can see it underwater too. No, we made the swimming noise just by having the camera underwater, I think. But I'm trying to line it up just right. It's hard. Oh, let's get that big cloud in front of the moon. There we go. Look at that. It's so pretty. Very low altitude clouds. I guess let's try ambience noon. Does it happen with these clouds also? I think it's just too bright. Like, it's a little bit too bright for the God rays to really cast. Yeah, no, they're there. You could actually, it kind of breaks the illusion a little bit because you can see the staging. It's like stepping the brush of my shadow. After it got his first crash on the new version. Well, that's not bad. You've been working it for like over a week now, so. Yes, you can have time flow. I'd really recommend rewatching the episode because we did go over that. This whole thing will be available on VOD on Twitch and YouTube. Yes. So we got some buggy water. And let's see here. We're gonna. So it doesn't get too dark in here. It's actually, I think, brighter than it used to be underground. But you can totally do a transition. So let's do I've never set up lights before. This is the most I've done more in 0.8 on this stream than I've ever done before. So you're definitely going to want, in half an hour, Half Dork's going to be starting his stream up. You're going to want to watch that because he spent a lot more time in this. So this is the public version that I'm in right now. I downloaded and installed this today. So let's see. So logic. What, somebody had a question about logic assets. What was it? There was a question and I said to remind me, but both Becky and Lucas are gone now, so I don't have anybody to remind me. What was the thing that I said to remind me about? Pickable components? Show you everything. Not Jackie Chan, just download it. All right. So we're going to do a weather asset. And we're going to put it in our cave here. And let's see. Actually, it doesn't even need to be in there. It's going to wait for speaker component to sense the player. And message to switch is going to be dark. Do custom. Holy crap. Look at all those colors. Backslash above. Wait, what? Okay. Wait. Wizzy hat. That's the old one. I don't think I have the new one in this wallet. But yeah. So there's no animation on the hats apparently. There is animation on the swords though. And I don't know what the distinction is. So all right. Let's see. So can I make this sense itself? Blocked by network policy. So these are multiplayer only. Or are all components single player only? Da, da. I would probably use a post-processing effect, I would think. Um, let's see what the logic light does. Because we don't really... Do we want to change the weather when we go into a cave? Huh. We got rid of the... we got rid of the extra panels that define like rules and stuff. The whether rules are hidden or shown. That does sound like a bad joke. Let's not do that joke. All right. Point light. We can do spotlight. We can turn it around. Can we change the angle of the light? Here we go. Ooh. You can make subtractive lights. Can you make the spot follow the avatar? Maybe. Anyone remember the toggle swimming that Alex mentioned? I remember the toggle swimming that I mentioned. What about it? Oh, cool. And you can change your the way the palette's organized if you're trying to like get a specific kind of arrangement. Oh, it's under global parameters, controller, and then you have to scroll down on the behavior, and it's right here. Swimming enabled on off. All right. So let's duplicate this and change the angle so we can have multi spotlights. And let's change the color. Oh, it didn't confirm. Oh, you have to apply. And let's do one more. And let's do... So if you just make a color darker, it'll make the light less bright. But if we do subtractive, we can do some weird stuff with it. Ooh. So you want some like spooky, eerie lighting? You could cast some subtractive stuff. And the held objects like this sword do not seem to cast a light. Like they have their own glow around, but you don't have to or they it has the glow from around the object itself, but it's not casting a glow around it. And yeah, you can definitely change the feeling of blocks without having to make more blocks. Although I am getting some camera stutter, but it feels like maybe it's just getting stuck on the blocks up there. It might just be because it's getting stuck on the blocks. It doesn't feel like it's actually related to the rendering. All right, let's see if we can make... I guess we do have to do weather to make it darker. So, it's interesting that we can't set a custom lighting from the start. I mean, we could. So let's do post-processing. So do weather asset and wait for message. So you could set it to false and it'll just switch it immediately. And we're going to do custom. And we'll just make this all really dark. And we can preview. So you can preview this as you set it up by keeping on clicking on the preview here. So somebody said something about a rainbow sky. You can totally do that. This is like straight out of Care Bears or something. Light intensity. Ooh. Ooh. I'm actually going to switch up this yellow to like purple. Fog density. Hey, if you want to totally disable fog. I know, I don't remember who was asking. Somebody was asking about that. You can now totally disable distance fog. Like, you can see clear all the way to the bottom of that, hole. So let's see. Fog density. Fog power. Oh, because it'll apply a fog color to it, probably. I don't see a fog color setting, though. I'm not sure what changes that exactly. Oh, this is what they were talking about, the light, probably related to the fog, how much it shines through the blocks. Oh, I'm getting a little stutter there. So that's probably related to the fog density. What does SSS mean? I don't know. I haven't gotten there yet. SSS. I don't see SSS. So let's turn down the fog power? No. Yeah, it still shines through. So I think you just need lower fog density. Sun color. Seems to be mostly hue related. It actually, sun color doesn't... Oh, that's the color of the actual ball in the sky, which is over there. So we can do a black sun. Why is there a sun and moon setting? Can you have both? Yes, absolutely. Have you never seen the sun and the moon at the same time? My 7-year-old is like, wait, I can see the sun and the moon at the same time. I'm like, yes, because the sun spins around us at a different speed than we spin around. Let's see. Moon size, star intensity. Oh, wait. Or maybe not. Hold on. Maybe you can't do them at the same time. In real life, you can have them at the same time. Where's the sun? Oh, I saw it. Where'd it go? I thought I saw it. Okay. So yeah, it seems like sun and moon are locked in position to each other. Yeah. So it's either moon or sun. But so the reason you can control both of them is because when they look different and you can cycle through time. Can somebody let me know when Half Dork is going live? Shadow color. Oh. What did I do? Moon color, black moon, obviously. Moon size. Where did my moon go? There it is. Ah, look at that. That's cool. This makes me think of like some 90s anime or something. Let's see. Sky influence. How much the sky impacts the ground, I guess. Yeah. Sky influence up pretty high, yeah. Cloud density. Yes. More clouds. Cloud shadow color. Cloud light color. Cloud sky color. Watermelon sky for real. um so if the time is like daytime, you can still have stars in the daytime, it looks like, unless oh wait, is time, okay, I think 50% would be noon. Yeah. Okay. So high noon is 0.5, and then 0 and 1 would be moon time. Moon to noon. So if I do 0.75, can we see both at the same time? We can. Look at that. Oh. Oh, it doesn't like it. It's sinking extra hard. I might have broken it. Oh, there it goes. I had to threaten it with an alt tab. So we've got our sun over there and our moon over there. Isn't that cool? Good night, Pickaxe Master. And then if we go in our cave, oh, it's struggling a little bit. It's got it. We get light. So it seems that the sky influence is also influencing the lights in the cave. And look at that. I actually have a negative shadow. My shadow cast on the ground is brighter. Which that's kind of, it looks weird, but the reason for that is actually for like parkour stuff. So that way you can look at that screenshot there. But the it's so that way you can see where you're gonna land, so you can aim your jumps better, which is something that we requested. And when I see it in practice alongside my shadow cast on the ground, it's kind of weird. right. Let's see what else we got with this. Time, sky influence, cloud density. Okay, I think we went through everything. Be cool if we could change cloud size also. So we can transition between these. So we could go between a normal one. So if we do this, and let's say we'll have it as a preset for noon, and wait for message true. And then let's say when we pass this tree, add component, speaker. I'm actually not sure if this is the best way to do it. So there's more stuff here too. So asker, animated decorations, speed button, message broadcast, replace asset, events, visual effects. I think it would have to be speaker, right? Halfdork is live. All right, we're gonna rate him in just a minute. I'm gonna see if I can do a smooth transition between these. We did none of the pusher stuff. Yes, crowd event. Vox Machina Studios. Rewatch the whole stream. We talked about all of this. We didn't show all of it because we've only been in here for an hour. Speaker. Right. Display. Detect entity. Edit logic. Detection range. Okay, and message to send. Dark. Broadcast up to all. Broadcast duration once. Detect entity. Every avatar in range versus everyone in range. Interesting. And then this is going to wait for message dark. Okay, so we're in normal light, and then it should bang dark. So let's add the argument. How do we add arguments? Edit logic. Weather fade. I'm not sure how to work this. Okay, it sensed it, but nothing's changing. How is this supposed to... How is it supposed to know? How will it know? Whee! Sun setting, clouds populating, sky transitioning. That's awesome. I don't know how to do this with multiple messages, though, and computer lagging. I guess, can you only toggle it? I know time is in seconds, but how do you toggle multiple weathers? I think you can't put a logic donut in place of a tree meta Futuro because there's no speaker component. See? I can't select them. Or is it base logic asset? Ah, I can do that. Oh, that's what I was gonna try. I was gonna try replacing an asset. Can we do that? There was gonna be a way to replace, but I don't think we've added it in yet. I think it's just spec'd out. Jazzwolf, RAM doesn't determine lag. It's like CPU and GPU power. I mean, RAM could affect lag, but not in this case. I'm not using extra RAM really by doing that transition. You can replace with a preset, but not replace something with an existing preset. I mean, just like replace if I placed this tree and went, oh no, I really want it to be a wolf. That's the kind of replace that I'm talking about. I feel like I'm not communicating very well today because a lot of people are misunderstanding what I'm saying. No, not the replace behavior. I'm not talking about the replace behavior. I'm talking about switching. Is there a key control for it? There's blocks replace. Where's replace with preset? On the hierarchy. Oh, okay. Replace with preset. Okay. So you can't replace with a logic block, basically. Not the replace behavior. Not at all related to what I'm talking about. Okay, so we've got so if the speaker component's only single player, how do you make this transition in multiplayer? I wonder. I get like you can have what somebody does. Yes, swap. That's what I was trying to say. I guess you could have like story-based reasons for the weather transitioning, but just going into a new space doesn't really do it. Let's see. Over here, edit logic. And message to send. Okay, so we could have weather fade, but it only broadcast type could go to specific tags in range. Okay, so even though the weather fade variable or message with an argument can only be, whatever it is, and let's go nuts with it. Let's say like 500 seconds and just watch it change. broadcast type, so specific tags in range, we could make it so each one of these transitions only sends the weather fade to specific tagged logic, right? So you add a tag for transition to dark or whatever. And when you encounter this, it'll send the message to swap it to the other one. And so you could just keep on having different sensors set off different weather effects and have it fade between them. And it's all the same message, but it'll be different tags depending on which one it'll be. Paul, you'll need to rewatch the whole stream to find out. Right. So we saw that. Where's the sun? All right, I'm gonna not move the camera. What's 500 seconds? Like 9 minutes? Okay, this will be too long. We needed to be a little bit faster. Ooh. Just over a minute. All right, now you should be able to see the sun. It's kind of hard with the scrolling wheel, but you can kind of see that the sun's moving this way. Stars are coming out. You can see the shadow changing on the block. So imagine this in a forest, and you get to see all the shadows shift in the forest. And if you've got a lot of fog in your scene, you're going to see a lot of like transition there. In the Sandbox universe, stars are in front of the sun and the moon. There we go. I mean, you're basically going to be able to make any sort of like not Star Citizen, Star Atlas. What's the game with all the planets and stuff? I mean, that's both of them probably, but the procedurally generated stuff. Yes, if you install 0.8, just don't open up your 0.7 experiences. That's what we recommend. I don't think that anybody's going to be able to import their own VFX because it's not something that you can define for other players. Like, you might be able to figure out a way to like plug in your own VFX, but other players won't have that installed. No Man's Sky, that's the one I was thinking. Thank you. All right, let's kick these out of here, and let's just put in a VFX real quick, or post process. Here we go. And profile. Psychedelic. It's just on or off. Half Dork warned me about this. It's just all psychedelic all the time. Oh, we didn't have it turn on. Whee! Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Climbable assets. Let's see. Looks like climbable is missing. They probably like enabled the wrong kind of filter or something. And I'm not seeing slide here either. Wasn't slide supposed to be a behavior also? It looks like we're missing a couple behaviors. Change type? How do you change type? Oh, client only desynchronized in the behavior chooser. Ah, I didn't see that. There it is. Okay, so that would be under components. There it is. Ta-da. All right, real quickly. We said we were going to make a coin pusher, and we never did, and then we'll raid Half Dork. So, we're going to... Basic platform. Three and one, and then we'll duplicate this out. And yeah, we just want the flashing coin. This is just going to spit out coins for us. It's going to be an asset spawner. Asset to spawn coin. Behavior. Huh. I thought this wasn't going to work this way, but I guess it is. We don't need a behavior, but we do want slide. Or I guess we can't do that. Is slide a behavior? Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. I want components. Synchronized slide. Signed by the actors. Okay, single player. I need to switch this to synchronized spawner. Right. Let's try this again. We set to synchronized asset spawner 0. We're going to spawn it up here. And we're going to use not a preset, assets to spawn, coin. Edit logic. Add component. Slide. Collisions plus gravity. And we're just going to have that trigger. Delay between spawns. 1 second, sure. Spawn preset. Okay, we're going to turn off collisions so they don't go flying. And this thing is just going to keep on spawning us a whole bunch of coins. And we'll see what slide does when it has physics on it. We need something that's going to be a timer. Timed events. Reset, that'll make it loop. Element 1, spawn. Time will last, let's say 5 seconds. Message to send is trigger. Sub events. No. That should be it, I think. Hey, that worked. Cool. All right, so what happens when I slide on these things? Oh, no. Oh, no, the physics. Okay, yeah, so you can basically trip on little objects. Whee! Just slide along them. This isn't too bad. You have enough, like, direction control while sliding that it's not terrible. Yeah, there's a known issue that some animated assets are not working correctly. It's being worked on. Now what happens if I get crushed? Oh, I just pop out the other side. That's not too bad. Oh, it's stuttering. Oh. 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 All right, now what happens if the coin pusher part, the pusher part's not that exciting, but what happens if I do this and make it a mosh pit? And we're going to change that trigger to go off every 1 second. And oh, I need to be able to get in. I think they might work exactly the same if it wasn't a slide component. If they're angled, I should slide automatically. I can't get anywhere. At least jumping cancels the slide, right? Help! This isn't your mom's ball pit. Oh no! Oh no! They're on top of me! I can't get out! I'm stuck all the way at the bottom. What if I attack? Nope. Nope, I'm really stuck. So what if I turn off the component? So let's remove the slide. I don't think I'll slide as much, but I'll still probably slide a little bit. Wait, what? I didn't mean to crawl. I forgot. Oh, it's crouch, right? Wait, what? Why am I automatically crawling? Is it because I'm getting squished down? I don't remember. I don't know what I did to crawl there. It's making me auto crawl. I'm not telling it to crawl. Yeah, it just auto crouched me. So something about the I'm not pressing any of those buttons. I'm not pressing C. It's happening by itself. I think it has to do with the stuff falling on top of me. It's like forcing me down or something. Kind of like the auto slide. It's not, Maxi. It's not doing, I did a crouch and a prone. It's not related to that. I'm not pressing buttons to make it do that. It's doing that by itself. That's the thing that I'm laughing at. Watch. All I'm doing is pressing jump. And let's see if it does it again. I'm just pressing forwards and jump. No? Is it not going to do it again? Maybe it's not going to do it again. I don't know. Try running. I'm definitely not sliding, though. Oh, there. See? I'm crouched now. I did not press a button to do this. I'm not going to press any buttons right now. The jump is automatic, but that's a known thing. Let's try walking again. Oh, yep. All I did was press W, and it forced me down to crawl. It's like I'm getting crushed. The coins will have to be destroyed so as not to generate charge, right? I'm trying to make it as difficult as possible. I'm not trying to optimize this, is what I mean. So what, like a moving platform could like fall down on you, I guess, and crush you underneath, and then you'd have to crawl. But yes, I can press C and go to crouched. Then I can hold C and I can go to prone. Oh, I need to get rid of these because they're making the game stutter. And then I can tap C to slide. I don't, there was no mention of crouching, turning off the aggro of Predator. That would be cool though. But I want to raid Half Dork stream because I've already been at this for 4.5 hours and I already streamed 6 hours yesterday. So I'm pretty beat. But yeah. So much cool stuff. Good grief. Oh, there was one more thing I wanted to see, and it was like height entry tests. So if I run up to this, okay, I can go under there. Sweet. Why is it stuttering? There's like nothing going on now. Whoop. So I guess the crouching would let me get under, yeah, it's like a half block height. One last thing. We're going to hit the share button. Social Hub. So load up your 0.8 if you have it. And why is it stuck here? I broke it. Definitely want to watch the VOD because there's a lot of tidbits in there that you're gonna need. A lot of nuances to things. Hopefully it actually published the social. When did Microsoft Edge install? Was it installing Microsoft Edge while I was live? I installed 0.8 like minutes before we went live, and that Microsoft Edge thumbnail was not there on my desktop. Why did it change my resolution? What's going on? It's so loud. There we go. Okay. Drafts. There it is. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. This account that I'm on, the council account, is not an admin account. Okay, so it shows that icon changed from a single player icon to a multiplayer icon on the map. See it right there next to the EP list. And it has the number, which shows the number of players in it. And we can chat. somebody going to join me? Let's see if anybody can. So yeah, the council account has no special permissions. So anybody can make a social hub right now. So have fun with that. Who's going to make a social hub for a game jam? I wonder. Maybe, hey, Andy Ritchie. I don't know if what you're up to right now. Hey! Woohoo! And? Also, new emote wheel. So, yeah. Super cool. Woo! All right. Hey, the nobody, Jazzwolf, Sans V, the John Crow. Let's go raid Half Dork. All right. Oh boy. What a day. What a day. Was not expecting to do any of this today. We were just going to play some stuff from the gallery. Holy moly. Guacamole. All right, have fun raiding Half Dork. We'll see you all on Wednesday.